we've got more donations to shout out. I have a $50 donation from Wilson that says, my last donation of this GDQ, I fall asleep to Tingle, I wake up to Tingle, I dream of Tingle. Tingle will never escape my life. This GDQ has been amazing. Shout outs to the runners and the tech crew, and of course, Tingle. Thank you very much for that. Can I get a shout out to Tingle, audience? There we go. Let's also shout out the fact that we're under 8,000 away from reaching 1.5 million. We're making it happen. Let's go. Here's a $25 donation from Caswith that says, hello from Denmark. I had to donate during one of my favorite games, Fire Emblem. Every year, I look forward to sitting back and enjoying a GDQ. I'm so happy I stumbled upon this event in 2018, and since then, I have been forcing everyone I know, including my confused colleagues, to check it out. Thank you so much for that donation. Thank you for watching all the way from Denmark. You love to see it.
Hello, test subject.
I have a $150 donation here from Hero that says this donation is in honor of my godmother Mary and Aunt Odelia who lost to cancer in 2023. Fire Emblem is my favorite franchise and I waited all week to donate during this run. P.S. Gregor is the best character in Awakening and Hero is the best class in all of Fire Emblem. If you disagree, you just get
to the Aperture Science long-term human storage
vault. Thank you so much for that and thank you for
have
sharing your
been
personal
selected
story
to
on the
take part
mission and
in
how
a
it
very
touches you.
special testing course. Federal regulations require us to inform you that the testing ahead may result in slight cases of sore throat, or blurry vision, or death. If you experience any of the aforementioned side effects, please do not hesitate to write them down in your test report. This vacuum tube will take you to your testing area. You will be further instructed there. Good luck. Welcome to the Enrichment Center. These automated messages will guide you through your test today. The door in front of you is programmed to open in approximately 20 years. This test can be solved in two different ways. Option 1, wait patiently. Option 2, time travel to the future. The choice is yours. However, if you prefer time travel, the Enrichment Center will provide you the means to pursue that option. The time portal will open and testing will begin in 3, 2, 1.
Time trials, and this is Weatherton, the godfather of Mario Kart 64 tasks for the last 20 years.
And we're all very fortunate to have Kazuya Kazan here running this, world record holder this year. Not currently, but I don't doubt he'll take it back. He unseated Abney after 7 years. Go check out the Summoning Salt video of the quest to beat Abney, and that was Kazuya. We also have some great folks on the couch back here with Jed and Kanan, and then my family is here. Excited to have them here. It's always exciting to be on AGDQ with all of you. Really going to be excited to hit that $1.5 million mark during this run. And Kazan, we'll give you the countdown here when you're ready. All right. He's going to pick his character. All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So what we see is the first track of Luigi Raceway, known as Luigi Circuit on the Japanese version of the game. Kazuya is playing as Peach, because Peach, Yoshi, and Toad are the fastest characters in the game, so they're the most optimal to use for Skip's runs. Now, Toad is a little bit lighter than the other two, so you'll get bunked around a little bit more.
Which is, it can be desirable if you're trying to jump off computers. For tasks, not so much for RTA.
So Kazuya's got red shells, which means he can do this shortcut you can only do on the Japanese version of the game, which you will launch over this wall, and on the Japanese version only, that this wall behind Luigi Raceway finish line is solid. On the US version and PAL versions, you will just fall right through. But on the Japanese version, you will get picked up on top, and as long as you do the little twirl around the line you did at the beginning, it will work for a very fast 3-lap.
Yeah, so on the US and PAL versions, you would still fall down into the tunnel and cut half the course. But in this, Lakitu's getting confused about where to put you down. You had to wait for those computer players to get by him, because you don't want that red shell to hit them.
And he's made 3 for 3.
Awesome. Great start to the run.
Can use the star there to get a little bit more speed, and that is a very good Luigi Raceway with that red shells.
All right, so as already mentioned by Brody, we're playing the Japanese version. It's not because Kazuya wants to have the Japanese version and can read it better than us. It's because there's actual game differences in terms of Lakitu logic.
And we're going to see that later in the run as well.
We'll see a few more things, yeah, that require that.
So this next track is Moo Moo Farm. This does not have any viable shortcuts to use in this run. It has one element, though, that really throws a lot of people off, and that's on the inside of the track in 3 certain points. There are these mole patches that are completely random. They will jump out at you no matter what you do, and they're a real pain in time trials. But in Grand Prix, for these runs, you are able to take this path that Kazuya's taking right now to go through the moles. That's very low risk, and you don't really have to deal with them. If you get a star or a boo, you can easily plow right through them, though, and take the lead from anyone else who might be ahead of you.
So on a course with no viable RTA shortcuts, probably a good time to mention some of the shortcut development over the last 20 years, as you mentioned. So none of the shortcuts that were around in the first few years of the game are the fastest anymore. That started back in 2014 with one of the shortcuts I found on Chuckle Mountain, but it continued very much during the pandemic. So starting in 2020, this guy Forrest came out of nowhere. And joined the community and started really pushing the logic and understanding of the game. And thanks in large part because of Forrest, we've got a whole bunch of new shortcuts. I had the privilege of being involved in and finding some myself, but some of them are in this run.
And a 111 on Moo Moo Farm, very solid there, and got that stream at the end, so some more solid RNG there for Kazuya. And the next track we have coming up is Kubatura Beach, which also doesn't have a big shortcut. It does have a shortcut where you can go on a ramp through the cave, but we don't consider that shortcut in the community because it was intended. We just count that as non-shortcut. So while we do have some very weird 2-player shortcut you can do here, the only viable thing here is to just go fast.
And take that ramp. Now the ramp, especially if your nerves are high, I mean, I would miss that ramp all 3 laps if I was running this right now, for sure. There's backup strategies. If you do miss the ramp, you can jump back up. We'll see if that happens. Hopefully we, if the ramp miss happens, that's the exciting thing you can wait for here. But he made that one smooth.
Makes the first one cleanly.
Yeah, so probably a good time to talk about item probabilities here. So in this game, the items you get are all based on what place you're in. So you can see what place you're in on the screen. Note that lags a little bit behind what's actually happening in the game. And in fact, we might see an item glitch here on the next lap. We'll see. There's an opportunity to make the game think you're in 8th place and give you an 8th place item.
So that's why you're going to see Kazuya drive up to the right side of the finish line. There's a little part you can go in and hit the items
good jump
beforehand.
Yeah, so let's see if he goes over to the ramp here. Yeah, he's going wide. Why would he go out here? The item block here, he can manipulate it to go.
Now he's got an 8th place item. Right. Unfortunately, it was not a speed item. You're looking for stars or golden mushroom, but it's still worth the try.
Yeah, that's completely luck. There's nothing you can do RTA to decide what item you actually get other than just what place you're in when you get the item. So, oh, but he got a mushroom.
And he goes 3 for 3 cleanly through the tunnel. And he's got a nice mushroom to use at the end here. And he's going to go into the wet sand here because the wet sand is a bit faster than the dry sand.
Yeah.
And very solid creature reach
Good job. Yeah.
for Kazuya.
All 3 through the tunnel. I mean, nerves of steel on Kazan here. The fact that he was able to just continue to, I think he did tens of thousands of runs over the last several years to ultimately unseat Abney. Just tons of grit and tenacity.
1,000 away.
So coming up next is Kalimar Desert. This is a very RNG heavy course. Luckily, there are a ton of different things you can do here, depending on what we get. But what we're looking for here is triple reds and then a star.
And there's all different fallbacks depending on what he actually gets. But notice he's driving backwards. He wants to be not in first place.
So he's got a star. So this is not the most ideal, but it can still work. So we're going to go into the tunnel here. And there's actually this developer-intended Easter egg.
Yeah, we know it's developer-intended because there's a Shigeru Miyamoto interview where he talks about this particular shortcut.
So we're going to go into the tunnel where Black tells us to reverse. We're going to star, and the finish line gets activated from inside the tunnel to skip a lap. And we're already about a third of the way anyways, and we're just getting great speed with that star. So this second lap, and he's got a red shell, so a red shell can be used as a backup in first place. It's only, I believe, a 5% in first place, but
yeah,
he can go into the tunnel again and do another sort of skip, which he would have done if he had triple red shells.
Yeah, getting a single red in first is only 5% probability. There's nothing with lower probability than that. So it's, fortunately, he got a red shell. Unfortunate that he's got to hit it the first try here.
So he's going to turn in here and go to the other side of the tunnel, which will bring us to this fence here. Now, there's actually a crazy shortcut you can do here called the fence clip.
Oh,
and he did miss the red there, but it's still going to be there, luckily. So now he just has to slowly run into it, launch over, and he's at the end of the race, just like that. And reset in the console.
Yeah, first reset. The reset on this console is a little sticky, actually, so he missed it the first time. I don't blame him.
So already one cup done just like that, and now we're on to the Flower Cup with another Japanese difference. So the first race of the Flower Cup is Toad's Turnpike. And back in 2020 with the Forest Shortcut Revolution, we figured out that the Japanese 1.0 version of the game works a lot differently on this track than the other versions, which we're going to see here.
Yeah, so the only thing we knew is that the normal shortcut that we had.
We've reached 1.5 million!
That's great.
So now Kazuya drives off. Now this is what's different between this and the Japanese 1.0 version. Kazuya drove off to the right side, but if he can cross back over the line and get stuck out of bounds just like that, he will be a lap ahead. This only works on the Japanese 1.0 version of the game, no other versions, but this was an immense discovery when it happened, because before we were driving around a lot of this track, and he hits the backup.
Oh.
He still hit the truck, but he hit the backup, so he just got to hit it one more time here. And that looked good. And as long as he gets placed on the line, it's going to be a very fast course, and that's great.
So awesome hitting 1.5 million during this run. That's a fantastic thing to happen. Hope we've got a lot of folks enjoying this with Kazan putting on the greatest show here.
So coming up next is Frap Snowland, and Frap Snowland has a shortcut that has mostly remained unchanged. We've definitely made some tweaks to it in time trials. But since the beginning of this game's release, we've pretty much been doing the exact same thing here in speed runs like this. And it's something you probably know of. This is one of the most well-known shortcuts. It's just going to be executed very, very quickly by Kazuya. Top runners are able to finish this course in under 20 seconds in time trial mode.
Yeah, what's happening here, there's areas on the outside of the prior course and this course that they're not actually defined in terms of what section you're entering. We call it an FF section, so that really messes with the game logic.
And that was a great FS.
Really fast.
Sub 26.
Yeah, okay.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, great job, Cotton. Yeah, those FF sections are actually, we weren't sure how they worked quite a while ago. And then Micro 500 really dug into the game and figured out what's going on there and made a nice Twitch VOD on that ultimately Forrest found and was inspired to come up with a lot of the new shortcuts that we've now got.
SnowRunner Chocolate Mountain, this is the course, of the famous Weather Tanko, discovered in part by Weatherton right next to me.
Hey,
and this track can be a bit frustrating in times because of these jumps here.
Oh,
and that was a great, smooth jump. And sometimes, though, you go more of the distance in a frame, in a single frame, and you will tumble, and there's nothing you can do about it. So there's a little bit of luck involved in this.
Yeah,
but
there's like we call them zero frame jumps. So there's times where you nailed that R button press, but just the synchronization of when the frame arrived that you hit the wall, you still just don't have a chance. Oh,
And the banana is just an unfortunate placed banana there. Nothing you can do. But there's a backup here going against this gray wall. This was one of the original shortcuts found by the original grandfather of shortcuts, David Wan, called the gray wall jump.
He's getting zero frame there, yeah, when you tumble like that. Yep, he made it up.
So you made it up cleanly like that. It's one of the oldest shortcuts that is documented in emails from the late 90s. And now he's on to the final lap. And he's got a clear path ahead of him. Doesn't really have to watch out for anything else, just hopes to get that jump cleanly. As Kazuya refers to it, he refers to it as Chaco's Stupid Mountain due to the tumbles and RNG here. And
you're either in love with the Chaco or you're not in love with the Chaco.
as VAJ would say, I'm in love with the Choco. So he's in the boon. He makes up second try. That was very clean there.
Yeah, great job.
And he's going to get to the hills at the end. And just like that,
All right.
Chaco Mountain
Good hit.
is finished.
Yeah, getting over every lap, I mean, it's not something you can count on, especially in a marathon.
That's why it's very important to learn that backup with the gray wall. The gray wall jump actually gets progressively easier the further you go down it. So he was doing it pretty aggressively at the beginning, but if you go all the way down towards the water, then the gray wall jump tends to be a lot easier.
Oh, pro tip too, if you're stopped in this game, you want to start going faster, hit A 3 times, triple tap A, and you'll rev your engine up. So he was doing that to speed
So
up.
right here we're looking for triple reds, and he got triple
Wow,
reds.
that's
So
okay.
now he's going to use the triple reds. He's going to target himself here and launch over the
no.
wall. Oh, and
Okay.
he went a little bit short there.
All right, he's going to get 2 more laps or shots at it. So he's going to have to drive around most likely for one of the laps. But the red shell is trying to
And that
go
was
back
good
to
there.
the center of the course. There's the center line on the course, and it wants to go to that center line and then seek the next closest player. So that's why it's going back and hitting him. He's actually got to be very careful.
And that was
with
clean
the-
there. Used a shock in midair and a quick lap there, sub 10. Unfortunately, since he did miss the first one, he has to drive around. But whenever you're that far ahead, you know. Oh, and a nice DK snipe there, too.
Yeah, he's only going to, lap him once, maybe twice. I don't know.
Probably.
Whoops. This is a really short course. If you're playing this in versus mode, this thing's like it's over before you realize.
And there's so much offered on here, too. If you get a star or your friend gets golden mushroom, it is toast. The race is over.
So
And
much grab.
that's the end of the Flower Cup.
All right, great job. All right, halfway through.
So now we're on to the Star Cup on the Wario Stadium, and this is a shortcut that probably a lot of you know. It's actually in the manual of Mario Kart 64. The developers must have caught it and didn't figure it out.
Manual or the player's guide?
I believe it's in the manual.
Man, all right, I'm gonna have to check that out.
And a lot of you are probably familiar with this short wall. It's very easy to jump over that, but you can actually get over on this side too.
This
It's
one's a lot harder.
significantly harder to get over, and he's going to get zero framed a bunch, which is out of his control completely.
Yeah, back up, triple tap, hit R.
And he's got it there. There's the first lap. And we actually figured out this thing to do that is known a while back, but wasn't really perfected until Weatherton
Nice.
and Forrest
was
did
perfect.
a couple years ago, known as the delayed hover, where if you go over the final hump, and that was clean,
Oh, wow, those
great
last
job.
2 were so good.
So the delayed hover here works as if you go over the final hump here on Wario Stadium, we can actually get an activation from the other side of the line, shroom over, and make it over the wall. And in time trials, the world record is less than a second for a lap by doing that delayed hover method.
It's another one of those undefined polygons. Same here too. I don't think he'll go for the shortcut here, but
So interestingly enough with Cherry Land is this course did not have a shortcut for the longest time until Forrest again and Weatherton in 2020 decided to work on it. Originally what was found was just the cave skip, which only allowed you to skip the cave, which only saved a couple of seconds. But as time went on, Weatherton started to work on more, and eventually we got our time down to a sub 1 second lap here. And it's very difficult to do, and it's not necessarily consistent. So it's not worth going for in Grand Prix mode unless you're just screwing around or you're very much behind. So we're going to see this course non-shortcut, although if you're curious to see what the shortcut looks like, the 3-lap record on mkwrs.com and the flag record are very, very good pieces of history from what we found in 2020.
Shout outs to that website for all the Mario Kart games. They've got rich history of all the different times and records and videos.
Shout out to Cole for maintaining that site for all these years. He's put up with a lot, so.
And then MarioKart64.com. That's if you want to go race this in time trials. Cosm's well ranked there. Number 9 shortcut player here, Brody, on the Mario Kart 64 ranks. There's Mario Kart Wii. There's Double Dash. It's all there. Take a look.
And so far, he's had a very clean SO. Nothing too exciting here. And you'll notice here he's doing these things called crack jumps, which you can't be too aggressive on, but you can save a significant amount each corner by taking those cracks. But you don't want to go too aggressively. We see a lot of people that will fail runs for that, especially in time trials.
Because if you fall in on a speed run, you actually turn to ice, and it adds a couple extra seconds of loss. Funny thing is that was required for the shortcut to work. Since we're not doing the shortcut, we won't go too far into it. But
And with the swag finish.
Swag end.
So coming up next track is Royal Raceway, which this one plagues Skips runners with how inconsistent. It seems like for whatever reason, triple red shells are a 20% chance when you are in anything but first place. I believe so. Either that or it's 4th through 8th. But
well, this one was one of the first applications of what Micro 500 was describing with the undefined sections.
Yeah.
Forrest came along and he's like, wait, I could use red shells to jump on top of this wall.
But for whatever, a little mistake, but it's okay because he's got plenty of time. But it seems like for whatever reason, when runners play this track, red shells just don't seem to come in. It's a 1 in 5 chance to pull a red shell in the position that he's in, but it just seems like you could go through hundreds of items without pulling a red shell. So let's see what he gets, and he gets the shot.
You'd ideally have triple reds and
the
also
golden.
pick up some
So
blue shell.
the golden is very unfortunate to pull because you have to wait 10 seconds for that to run out, and this is completely RNG based. So it can be frustrating to runners to get it. And another gold.
Wow,
So
okay, no golds, no golds.
You do not want a gold.
No
shroom.
whammies.
Bad shroom.
A star, he could go tumble and get rid of it, but the gold, you're just enjoying the show. All right,
He's finally got triple reds. There we go. So Kazuya actually does these a lot more aggressively than other runners that I've seen. He's very good at what he does, but he is very aggressive like this and just barely misses that red shell throw. It's not
he's
easy
got
to
two
do.
more. It's similar to the Mario Raceway where he's kind of got to wait for some folks to go by. I guess that happened on Luigi Raceway. But he's got 2 more chances. He's going to have to one lap.
And good one.
So that on top, they didn't bother defining the top section there, that floor. It's actually defined the same as walls. And so the game, basically we're taking advantage of that to trick the game into putting us behind the line and counting a lap.
And he's, that's very rare to happen where you ricochet off the top. So now he's going to use a star and he's going to go for the backup, which we used to do in time trials before we found something a couple months ago that works. And we're going to go here, land there, and it's going to place it on top of the ramp, and then we're going to launch off to the left side, which in 150cc, as long as you hit anywhere, you're pretty much guaranteed to get it to work. So this will work. In time trials, it's a lot more precise, but if you hit anywhere in 150cc, you'll see us, and we're going to get placed just before the line right here. And I assume he's just going to go pull it off again. So not as fast as the red shells, but it is
Unless
definitely...
he happened to have gotten a red shell there. So he jumping across the moat, that moat on the other side is tied to a section that's close to the ramp. And so when Lakitu's trying to put you up, and you got to see it say poomp there. If it says that, then it means you hit the right part of that wall. If it doesn't say that, you actually are going to put back where you landed.
So is he going to make it? He just barely makes it through there. So that's still going to work because it works anywhere in 150cc, luckily. Time trials, it's very tough to actually hit the right spot. And he's just going to cut through the grass.
I want to see a swag end. Come on.
Swag finish, and he gets the swag finish.
Right.
Good recovery. Good recovery.
Hey, team, while we have a moment here, can I step in?
Absolutely.
We have met the incentive to upgrade to all stages for Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. Let's go!
Awesome. Yes.
And I'd also like to bring you a little bit more good news. We are adding an extra game here. This is Trepang 2, any % unrestricted by Blood Thunder. That is going to be coming up right after Lies of P before the checkpoint. Thank you for making it such a great marathon so far. Let's keep it up.
All right, so now we're on to Bowser's Castle, the final track of the Star Cup, and this also did not have a time trial shortcut for the longest time until 2021. Of course, Forrest found that you could actually clip the staircase that leads out of the castle. So I'll point that out when it comes by. It's very hard to do. Only a few people have ever hit it. That's those stairs right there. If you can use a shroom to clip through the top staircase and land in the courtyard, but it is very tough. It took the shortcut world champion 60 hours just to hit it once.
Shout outs to Bismuth. If you want to check out some of his videos that describe how to drive through walls in Mario Kart 64, Forrest and I collaborated with him on that, and Micro 500 on that as well. And I think we did another video on other Mario Kart 64 topic. Check out
pausing
his channel.
Is another thing.
Pausing breaks Mario Kart. That's how you can do Moo Moo Farm shortcuts if you're willing to pause. Which in this particular community, the decision was made to not allow pausing.
And that's a great section there to avoid those bananas.
This is an interesting course because people can get a PR on this and not come in first on Bowser Castle. They could get an overall skips PR. I think we decided to allow that.
Yes, now you just have to finish in the top 4 on Bowser Castle because the CPU seemed to extra rubber band you here in your task that you made.
Yeah,
Bowser rubber bands you. It just this insane rubber banding.
Yeah, basically the first course was non-shortcut. There's the shortcut task only to jump on the bridge and kind of do these lap skips. But until that point, Bowser was just on screen, perfect driving. I couldn't shake him because they just drive through the walls themselves. They don't mini turbo. They just drive like faster than you and 90-degree turns.
And another thing on BC, which is where he's at now in the courtyard, sometimes you'll be racing and you will see a computer just fly in front of you because if they're not on screen, computers can actually just drive through whatever walls they want. So if there's a banana there,
right,
or they might have been hit by another computer, they can slip through the wall and skip time. And that was a great BC. Phenomenal driving. Now we just have 1 cup to go. This is a surprisingly short speed run, but we have the hardest cup now, the special cup. And this is where we really get into the nitty-gritty of
it's funny because the rules just happened to be at the very start. They were written, hey, start on Mushroom Cup and end on special. And that leaves the hardest cup for last. Depending on your Mushroom could be hardest as well.
So we're seeing a lot of lag here because DK Jungle Parkway is such a huge course that the N64 can't actually process it that well. So it lags a lot. Now, if you're playing on the Wii Virtual Console, Wii U Virtual Console, or the Switch Online versions, you will not experience that lag at the beginning of the course. But it'll happen every single time that you play it, just because this course is so big to handle, and it's always
big and to be honest, inefficiently coded. I think it was added very late in the game because there was supposed to be Kamek was supposed to be the driver. They got the DK model from Rare. They added this course, I think, very late, and they load those trees. I think like Dead Hamster is
and he finishes inside the course here, so you can go in and out of the course for shortcut, but he finishes in, which saves you having to get respawned. That's a great DK Jungle Parkway.
Great job. Yeah, that particular cut's been known about for a long time. But he did it well there, especially in the last lap. So that Dead Hamster, came up with a bunch of custom courses. He looked into this course. Hey, why does this thing load so slowly or run so slowly? He said that the textures were loaded like 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
I don't even, so clearly an error.
So now in Yoshi Valley, this is very RNG reliant. There is a backup you can go for, but, he's going to YOLO it.
Whoa.
And he missed a YOLO, but
yeah.
You can do this thing that we refer to in the community as YOLO Valley, where you just completely go for it that we see in time trials. But he's going to try to pull triple shrooms, and he's not going to go for it. He's actually going to do the right side skip.
When you're going to the very far right here, this is something Beck Abney figured out, actually. Go over here, and it messes with your the sections. And it's the same kind of idea with...
you jump off here, and you get a lap count.
Yeah.
And you're going to get placed down backwards about halfway into the course like this. We don't know why we placed down backwards. You got to watch out for incoming CPUs like that. But he's going to take this. It's called the hairpin jump, which is a lot harder in 150cc because of your speed. But it's allowed for non-shortcut in time trials. So
I like to think the game puts you backwards because it's taking it personally at this point. What are you doing?
So now it looks like he's going to go for it. He has a spin. You can do this with a star. So let's see if he hits it. The big laps. And it looks like he's going to hit it. And he bounces to the left, so he's got it. Great lap 3 here. And he's just going to get placed on the line, and the race is over. Just like that.
Great job. So the way that works is that wall is just far enough away from the finish line so that when you hit the wall, the finish line's been deactivated. And if you hit the right part of it, it throws you backwards. So the game's like, oh, shoot, you're like behind the line. And then it puts you down where you jump from, which is in front of the line. So it's like, all right, you were from behind the line. Now you're in front of the line. The finish line wasn't activated when you went backward. You're good.
And it's just barely, too, because it needs to be at least 1,000 units away. And that is barely over 1,000.
Just barely, yeah.
So now we have Banshee Boardwalk, and just this is good driving. There is a couple of shortcuts you can do if you're really feeling risky, if you want to do CPU jumps, which is where you launch off of a heavyweight computer for lap skips, but it's not viable to go for at all. Usually people will just do it for screwing around. So this is just completely non-shortcut. Very technical course, and he's just breezing right through it.
A couple of fun things about that house we just drove through. So for one thing, if you shoot a blue shell in there, it loses its mind. It spins around in circles, and it's like horrifying even if you shoot your own.
Yes.
And the other thing is that Bat House used to, we have found geometry for a beta version of this course. I think Dead Hamster found it.
Yes.
And there used to be an additional wall at the very end that was just like you would slam into it and have to basically turn around.
And there used to be a roof as well, I believe.
There
on
was
the old,
there,
the old
actually,
beta.
there still is a roof if you watch the credits. So maybe
Oh,
with a keen
interesting.
eye during the credits after we get to those, you can see the roof. But yeah, I don't even know if you can see it, but it's there. But yeah, imagine having to like slam into a wall. I think you literally optimally might run into the wall if it were there, and you actually had to run the beta version of the course. So it used to be for a little while that there was a strategy where you actually wanted to finish in second or third here because you wanted a heavyweight character in front of you for Rainbow Road and you jump off that character. That's no longer something people do because of some new turn around and jump over the wall sort of strats we'll talk about.
Because that red shell skip on Rainbow Road, that was found by a completely random person, wasn't it?
Yeah. So and we'll
Great
talk
Banshee
about it.
Boardwalk.
Yeah,
Great
good job.
driving.
Look,
Very consistent
33,
laps.
33, 33.
So
all right.
that just shows how good of a driver he
Yeah,
really is.
all of them within 0.13 seconds. Sorry.
0.08.
0.08? I might have gotten it wrong. I don't know.
So now we're on to the final course already, Rainbow Road. This is someone completely random found this red shell skip. And he's hoping for red shells here. You need red shells to get this done. There is a green shell backup that was used for a long time. But here we are looking for red shells. So let's hope we get that RNG.
All right, red shells, red
Shells, red shells, red shells. Oh, the
No,
golden.
not
red
gold.
shells.
Come on, I don't think enough of you were saying red shells with us. Somebody
There
was
was-
saying gold shroom.
There was actually a video made by Shortcut World Champion Beck Avenue that he went through 60 plus items without getting a single red
Let's
shell.
not mention that. Let's not mention that, all right? We really need those red shells. If you get some greens at some point, you might go ahead and take those. I'm not sure. Well, you won't get greens
Until the
anyways.
computers pass him,
Hey,
yes.
We don't want to get to the point.
Oh, we got the star cancellation. And he's got red shells.
All right,
Let's
there
go.
we All right. All right, so the key here is it's like Yoshi Valley. You get far enough away from this finish line and it deactivates. And the cool thing that this person found is that
Ooh,
when you
missed one of those, but it's okay.
All right, we got two more here. The cool thing he found is that if you jump over the line, okay,
Here's the second one as well.
I'm gonna go quiet here. All
Great
we got
clutch.
it. All right.
Nice.
All right, he's actually going to reverse. He's going to press down and B to reverse back under the line after the finish line is deactivated. And then you'll see it say first. Oh, not first, I don't know what he'll say, actually.
Once he gets placed down, it'll say it. Your position doesn't update until you get placed down.
Okay.
So now he's going to try to get some green shells, most likely, because it's the end of the first lap. So we're looking for some greens,
Yeah, now that
hopefully.
he's at first, well,
So red shell can work. And he's got, okay, this can work. This can work. So he can position himself here to throw a red shell. And as long as he hits this, he can go turn around and get another one. And he missed that one as well.
So
but
he's going to go. He's probably going to get most likely a green shell here because the red shell is only 5% chance in first.
go past Yoshi, hit into him, and banana bunch.
Well, he might get red shells again because now he's in
Another banana
third.
bunch. And there's
There
the
we
triple
go.
red.
All
Okay,
right.
this is good here
But he's
for
going to
him.
have to wait. He's not going to pull him out, I don't think, till he's in eighth.
Because he doesn't want any CPUs to hit
Yeah,
by
they
him. It's
could run
very
into each
frustrating because the CPUs seem to always. And now he's got 6, so he's pretty much
All
in
right,
a
we
great
got
position
it, guys.
here.
We got it. Oh, he's just going for it. All right.
He's got
all right,
nice.
All right.
So now he's going to reverse. As soon as you see Peach on the blue right now, so as soon as it flicks over to the right side, that's when he's going to reverse back over the line. And he's going to get placed, and he's going to try one last time.
All right. He's got 3 tries. I don't think. Yeah, he wasn't going to shoot all 3 that time.
So he's
We
got
got
that.
it,
He
guys.
made
We
it
got it.
over, so
All right. It's going to be time when he crosses the line after he gets put back.
yes. So he's going to reverse again, and he's going to get placed on the line, or maybe slightly before, depends on when he exited. And he's going to get placed right before, and time.
All right.
Great run. Great run.
job.
Showing off all these shortcuts.
Yeah, and so Kazan primarily speaks Japanese. He's been rehearsing in English. A couple of words he wants to say. So Kazan would like to say a few words.
Speech.
Go ahead. Yep.
I am very happy to participate in such a wonderful event for the first time. This GDQ is my first time attending an in-person speedrun event. I have participated remotely in Japan before, but I ever participated in-person event. Therefore, running at this GDQ will be an unforgettable memory for me. Uh, I would like to thank the GDQ, organizer, operator, staff, as well as my commentator, Weatherton, who really united for the first time in 4.5 years. Brody and Kanana, who is a viewer of the my stream. I believe all these years of seriously aiming to get a world record in Mario Kart 64 has led me to learn at this event today. That's all. Thanks.
And you want to let the credits roll out?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
go ahead and
do
play the credits, Kazuya.
you want to?
Play the credits.
So we can maybe see the Banshee Boardwalk.
So these credits are very having a like emotional feel to them. So we have to go through this cutscene here of the trivia presentation, but then afterwards we're gonna go right to the credits.
It's actually the best music in the game, which
Absolutely.
I will say is not saying much in my opinion, but personally, but having heard it maybe too many times. But the credit music is really good.
Makes you feel very accomplished.
Yeah, and just to build on Kazan, Kana has been translating for him here today, and she is a viewer of his Twitch channel and met him for the first time this morning, and has been extremely helpful and friendly. It's great to meet her, and great to watch you on Twitch, Kazan, and just a pleasure to see your progression over the last few years. As he mentioned, he's been playing for a few years. I met him early on in that. He came to an event at my parents' house in Virginia. And it's great to see him there, and then the progression since this to be world champion at some point this year. Not currently, but I have no doubt he's working his way back to it.
He's put over, I believe he just hit around, last time I checked was about 60,000 attempts, but it's much, much more than that. So he gets first place, and now we're gonna cue the credits, so we're just gonna be quiet and enjoy it.
Okay, all right, so I don't think we're gonna be able to watch the whole credits, but these are great credits, so I definitely highly recommend it, and keep an eye out for maybe if you can, the Bat House and the Banshee Boardwalk. So, okay.
So that was a great run. Thanks to Kazuya. Give it up for Kazuya, guys.
Yeah.
All the way in from Japan, flew out here just so we could play some Mario Kart for you guys. He was very excited to come here. He's been practicing for years. I want to thank Weatherton, of course, for being a great co-commentator with me. First time meeting him ever. Great event that everyone's doing here, and a great run by Kazuya.
Yeah, great meeting you, Brody, and the rest of the folks here. I mean, these events are always so well managed. It's great to be a part of them. And then all the money being raised for Prevent Cancer Foundation, it's a great cause. It's a great impact, and just a pleasure to be a part of it.
So interesting things about these credits is there is some shots that you will not see anywhere else in the game. It's like Warrior Stadium getting that bird's eye view. You won't see that anywhere else in the game. There's a lot of these places in the credits to go, and it's just a very emotional for this. The bird's eye view of Royal Raceway is a great shot of everything, but just gives you that sense of accomplishment, like, yes, it's over, you beat the Special Cup. This has the best credits music of any Mario Kart.
I've been working at this for 25 minutes, so I feel so,
Absolutely.
accomplished so much. So.
And interesting that the egg does not move in the credits, but it will spin. If you're off screen, the egg won't actually move. There's a spot near the finish line where you can sit, and the egg will not move. So only when it's on screen.
Beta version of that course, the egg's up on a pedestal.
Yeah.
So you can't drive straight through, but also you don't get run over by the egg.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that wraps it up for Mario Kart 64. Give it up one more time.
That was an awesome Mario Kart 64.
Maybe that stone. I walked right over 2 stones. Yeah, I was looking for like a whole thing. I don't want like 1 stone at a time, you know? This shit ain't gonna get me there. Hold.
Guarantee.
No stone. Not even a little bit. Don't you only need like 6? Is that true? I don't remember how far off I was. If that's the case, guess I'll just pick up these little pebbles. Stone. stone. Is this mineable? No. Stone. Those monkeys, I think, are actually really good base workers. I should probably think about catching like a truckload of them. Any up here? Hello. Honestly, I should just catch one right now. Submit! Maybe this is the reason House Flipper got demonetized. The cans couldn't figure it out. But halfway through the VOD, it just got a little wild. I also need to build a bed here. A bed for me, which takes just one wool. Ugh. Production, logging site, were available. Amazing. I'm going to build it right here. Overlaps. Is it overlapping with the monkey? I'll just wait for him to leave then, because I think it looks good there. Their little fingers fit perfectly into the cogs of the machines. Yes. Okay, this is actually going to take years. So maybe we classy. Assy. What in God's name is it overlapping with? Whatever. It's right there. Holy cow, you went from nothing to full-on Thomas Jefferson in a day? Speak to that. A beautiful writer and orator. I love the floor plan so far. It's kind of like one of those modern houses where there's a garden in the middle. I was planning on this house circling this beautiful garden area. That was my dream. Let's get some wool so we can make a bed here. Oh, let's sleep first. You always make the child-looking pals first. For some reason, the ones that are childish, the humanoid ones, are the ones that have, like, multi-skills. So I'm in. HGTV people be like, it's got room to entertain. But it does, though? That's the crazy thing about it. Just because there's a little child-looking squirrel lumberjacking, I think they like it. That's the crazy thing. Wool.
Welcome to the future. Time traveling through portals will be an essential part of this testing course. In order to help you distinguish between the present and the future, this part of the Enrichment Center has been left untouched for the
I don't
last.
sleep next to the pals, you know what I mean? This is the
20 years. You may see some signs of decay. Don't worry. The Enrichment Center is designed to withstand centuries without proper maintenance. Find a way to exit the chamber. Welcome back to the present. If you are ever unsure which timeline you're in, simply observe your environment. The present should always look a bit cleaner than the future. This Aperture Science test subject teleportation device will dematerialize your body and rematerialize it in the next chamber. This process is absolutely safe. Usually. These next chambers will involve cube and button-based testing with the perks of time travel. A cube placed in the present will appear in the same position in the future. Moving a cube in the present will automatically update the location of the same cube in the future. Nice try, but bringing a present cube to the future violates the laws of causality and is therefore impossible. This future version of the cube can be moved freely without affecting its counterpart in the present. It will stay wherever you... Good. Please continue to the next chamber. Understanding the concept of cause and effect will be vital to solving the upcoming tests. Simply put, everything you do in the present has an impact on the future, but not the other way around.
Wait a minute. How? Wait. How? Wait. You did it again. To clarify, you cannot take a cube from the present with you to the future. I don't get it. What? What am I not understanding? How could you ever?
For the last time, this is physically impossible. Please, stop trying.
There was something else.
different. What?
Good thinking. While it is impossible to bring a present cube to the future, this clever trick allows you to have two versions of the same cube in one timeline. This will prove to be very useful in future chambers.
Why can you bring a future cube to the past? Right. Completely different way of thinking about this. The cube doesn't help me. Get at it. No way that's the intended way.
It'll actually eliminate the bridge collapse animation, as you can see here on Cosmic Screen. So that saves roughly about 2.5 seconds. And yeah, you just don't see the bridge collapse. So if you get, yeah, very good job. Both folks.
World 1 is so scary.
It's not easy.
When you're most nervous, haven't gotten in the groove yet. But yeah, we really want the Fire Flower to, it's like easier and faster. It's really unfortunate if you take damage as the game gets harder and you're losing time.
Keep an eye at the end of this stage, by the way.
Yeah, so there is a strat here that we'll see Cosmic do first. He purposely hit that vine block And now he's got one more enemy he's going to stomp here at the end of the level, which causes the flag to despawn. So he doesn't have to wait for that animation. Saves a little bit of time there.
Shout outs to GTAs for finding that.
Yeah, I just was doing a speed run and suddenly that thing was gone and I saved 0.7 seconds and golded. I didn't know what happened. Apparently it's really easy to set up, so I don't know how no one found that.
How do people find these things?
I don't know.
Just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
We got some cool movement up here. Everybody likes the way this looks. Gonna need some invisible blocks to get through here, so we'll go up and around.
Very nice.
Yep, GTA's doing the same exact thing here. There is actually a wall jump strat you can do, but it is very risky.
Yeah. It's multiple frame perfects, and if you miss it, you literally die, so it is not marathon safe, unfortunately.
Not ideal,
There's so many cool strats in this run that we really can't go for because you just lose like 30 seconds if you miss them. You can go watch like a finished product run, tune into some world record attempt streams, we'll show them off.
Yeah.
All right, so we get the floating cheap, so there's a bit of randomness associated with this level. So seeing Cosmic slow down there just for safety, pretty normal, especially in a race setting. So,
and I had to slow down a little bit at the end too to avoid fireworks. The first game, you get fireworks if you finish a stage with a time ending in 1, 3, or 6. But in this game, it's if your coin count and your time both match in the ones digit.
3 for odd, 6 for even.
And also, if you have like multiples of 11 in your coin count, you'll get a 1-up plus either 3 or 6 fireworks, depending if it's odd or even.
Both going for a clip at the beginning of the stage, save a little bit of time there, as well as it's a little bit safer, skipping the enemies.
Those were scaring me to death, but we made it.
They're getting some pretty scary photo patterns there, but you got through it just fine.
Well done.
It's all like so random. Have contingency plans for almost everything, but there's a couple things. It's like, if that hits me, you got me, man.
Yeah.
So here in 3-1, you're going to notice they're going to jump over the gaps there. That's because there are invisible blocks. So if they try to run across it, they will actually fall right through instead of going across.
Bill tried. Didn't work.
Whoa. Oh, yeah, those green springs, they just pretty much launch you up into the sky for a little bit.
We will actually mention this too, but they purposely grab the top of the flagpole because they have to wait for the animation anyway, and it allows Mario to fall further right off the flagpole. And,
that's right.
It's slower to actually touch the block at the bottom.
So yeah, here 3-2. This is a level.
Yeah, this level really sucks. Not in that it's bad. You'll notice every one of those holes there is going to suck them down in the stage. And this does appear in Mario 1, but it's much more frequent in the water levels of this game.
And every single enemy is just random here. Okay, that Paracupa wasn't random, but that Shape Tube was random, so that's fun.
Yeah, as you can see, fire really helps here if you're utilizing it. There's also a nice little trick you'll see at some point in the run where they can press down and swim on the ground, and it'll actually have their hitbox as if they're small Mario. So,
just the only drawback is they cannot shoot fireballs.
Yep.
During that state, unless they touch the ground again.
Yeah, so I got pretty lucky with my patterns, luckily. So.
Water stages are going to be the hardest because it's the most random.
Yeah, they really go hard with the enemy spam there in this game.
All right, look at the bottom left of my screen. Got him. Love that. You kick the Koopa shell and it bounces back and off screen and comes all the way back and kills that guy.
It's nice of the game to kind of give you a break here after the water level with this one.
So now here's where we're going to see a bit of a distinctive difference between the two, since Cosmic is currently small and GTA's does have Fire Flower.
We'll both go for a really precise jump here. You have to do a frame perfect jump and like flick the button for only 1 frame, so he does the smallest jump possible.
Yeah, this is one of the puzzle stages, so they have to go the correct route here.
Dang.
Yeah, frame late.
Yeah, that jump can actually save a little time because of uncovering the blocks and such. As we see, GTA is getting the fire kill, and now we see on Cosmic screen, there's a bridge collapse animation. Both getting through World 3.
All right, so we're both in World 4, which is the first 2 levels are pretty easy, so this is a great time for some donations.
Yep.
Alrighty, I've definitely got a few really good ones in here, including this $116 donation from KB Smith 34 that says, "Let's go Cosmic! So excited to be at our first GDQ here in our home city. My husband and I have always shared a love for video games, and we are proud to now share that with our daughter. Thank you, Cosmic, for always being a family-friendly streamer we can enjoy together. Thanks to GDQ for such an incredible event too. Let's help prevent cancer."
Thank you, KB and family.
Got time for another?
Alrighty.
Oh, well.
That was just pure subpixels. Couldn't
Yeah,
really
that
do
was
much.
a subpixel thing. Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. That's more important. Don't worry. Here is a $25 donation from Cass that says, "For Shadow Less Than 3 and for all the Fluffy family members, volunteers, staff, and runners." Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
I could fit another one in here if we got a moment.
Yeah, one more is good.
$100 donation here from GTA's family that says, "GTA, show us the way Shadow is with you."
Thank you. Gonna make me sob.
Dude, chill.
Oh my goodness.
Don't worry, I'm approaching a hard level right now.
This is the problem with losing fire, is you can just never get it back. The game fights.
Yeah, it sure does. So this is a level that introduces some random bills as well. I'm gonna do a slowdown strat and hopefully it makes it a little better to deal with.
Please don't lose it immediately.
Oh.
Easy. No
All right.
problem, right? Easy,
is-
easy grab.
Totally fine.
A hard game, I heard.
Nothing to worry about.
It's a little hard. All right, speaking of hard, I'm in 4-4, which is one of the more difficult castles, especially at the end.
Yeah, 4-4 in the first game has the most difficult Bowser just due to the sheer amount of objects that are in the arena. And this one takes it up just a slight notch, we'll see at the end here, by adding a wall as well.
Was that block always there?
Oh. Yeah, I saw that coming. I probably could have made it, but I'll just play it safe there.
Yeah, so that long pillar that's on the ceiling there.
I can get power-ups back in 5-2 fairly easily. It's a little slow, but it's not too bad.
Here we get some FDS loading times on GTA's screen.
Please wait.
Want to explain more about that?
Yeah, so on the FDS version of this game, so there's a loading screen between 4-4 and 5-1. There's also loading screens for at the end of 8-4, and then the start of worlds worlds A through D, which we will see later in this run.
Go.
Also, the first introduction of wind.
Yeah, that's a brand new mechanic to the game. Some environmental effects there with the wind. It'll come in bigger later on. There's entire stages where it's windy, so. But getting a little taste of it here at the beginning of World 5.
You can see GTA's go for a super jump here.
Boom.
Yeah, and that's a mechanical difference between this and 1 as well. You actually, and you know, this is the introduction to that concept of the series of being able to jump large off of enemies, so.
Yeah, they made the bounces bigger. You always could get a big bounce by bouncing off an enemy while moving upwards, but in this game it just kind of really increases because of the adjusted physics.
And we see another addition to this game that isn't present in 1 with the up pipes there. And unfortunately, you can't go in the up pipes to go anywhere in the game. Right, guys?
So unfortunate.
Right?
We'll never go in one of those.
I know,
not
right?
possible.
If only we could go in there.
Yeah. Yeah, 5-2 for those of you familiar with the any percent run.
Well, one up.
Nice one up.
I actually only went for FPG because I know my coin count was bad, but because I screwed it up, I got it anyway. So 3 fireworks, but if you have a 11s, like a factor of 11, so 77, then I got a 7, gives you a 1-up as well as fireworks. Cool mechanic. That'll probably come in handy later for me, so.
It's nice to have some lives for this game.
Definitely.
Especially here.
Yeah, 5-3 is a very treacherous level.
Yeah. Okay, that was the one I was scared of, so I'm glad that one was out of the way.
That is probably the scariest pattern, or like scariest scenario rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for them in a race, unlike their attempts, they don't really have much idea of what's going to happen before it happens because they don't know where they're at in terms of the game's RNG. So.
Okay, that was favorable for Cosmic.
Yeah. 5-4, one of the hardest levels. So many fire bars and potaboos. They can be on all sorts of spots.
Potaboo just happened.
I'm really glad I got out of that fine.
You see it on Cosmic's end here.
Just getting the worst potaboos. Okay. See how this one is. Okay, good.
It's fine.
All right, now pay attention to the GTA's screen. Don't blink.
Pipe is an illusion.
Did anybody blink for that? Well, if you did, don't worry, because Cosmic is going to go for it.
Just do a little magic trick.
Yeah, so that magic trick, there's actually an invisible block right next to that pipe, so it actually takes away the collision, so they can just clip right through.
Yeah, it's like a free wall clip, basically, because you can get right into the invisible one, just jumping where it is.
That'll come in incredibly useful in 8-4.
There we go. All right, 6-2.
So this level really sucks. As in, there's a lot more whirlpools.
Yeah, there's not much of a floor throughout.
Yeah, there's not much of a floor here.
It just pulls you down all the time.
And there's a lot of enemies here, so, and no idea what they're gonna do, so just a little scary.
Oh yeah, and they add platforms to push you down as well. You know, no big deal.
Yeah, sometimes you'll kind of see them both kind of switching between making their hitboxes in half and then reforming back to regular fire Mars so they can shoot fireballs. It's definitely needed for the stage like this.
Get out of my way.
Okay.
Oh, that was the setup. I just messed up the pull inputs, I'm pretty sure.
And I'm going to be crouch swimming here, so top half of Mario actually can't take damage right now, but I can't shoot fireballs.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll go like right through this guy. Oh.
That is...
Unfortunate. There's good power-ups in the next stage.
Yeah,
the cheaps do make it a little hard, though.
Yeah, I believe this is like one of the 2 levels that actually has 2 power-ups in the Dash 3 level. Ooh.
Help!
Okay.
Help! So the game just keeps getting harder. 6-4 isn't a cakewalk.
Yeah, I believe this is your second castle here that's a puzzle as well. So
I don't think that's far enough.
He didn't quite go far enough there. If he goes far enough, he can actually go back over the top of the fire bar. So yeah, he's got to take this particular path to ensure.
I'm not going to get the firebar manip either, yeah. Just playing it safe.
Yeah, there's like a setup to skip that big firebar towards the end.
Should I go for it?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not?
I may lose power-ups, but for the people.
Let's go.
For the people.
Speaking of the people, do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Oh, one frame off.
Yeah, that was close.
It's triple frame perfect.
Wow, I have the worst timing.
Yeah.
I wanted to give an update from the back end here. At about 35 minutes on the timer of this run, we are going to be closing the Elden Ring versus Sekiro bid war. So now is the time if you really want to influence it, whether you really want to see Elden Ring or you want to come from behind and sweep it up with Sekiro, now is the time. You got less than 20 minutes. You can make it happen, team.
Scary jump. Okay, wow, that was like perfect. He didn't throw a hammer or anything. I was really lucky.
As you can see, the wind makes an appearance once again here in World 7. So
it also kind of like shifts in like speeds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
And that actually isn't water, that's blue lava, by the way. Just
know the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not water. If it was water, you could swim in it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to drink that.
But in this case, you'll just fall right through. It's just an illusion.
Had to get a star in the run. Let's go.
Yeah. Starman strats. Can't go wrong with that. Especially in 7-1.
Yeah, if you're small in 7-1, you essentially need that star, and it's really hard to get because the cheaps kind of just spawn randomly.
Mm-hmm. Here we go in 7-3.
We're tied up.
We're
Whoa.
synced.
Just different color palette.
So speaking of wind and green springs.
Yeah, this is a stage. So he needs to get as much momentum as possible. He can actually skip a spring there. Go for this one. Okay, that should be good to make it on the ledge.
Scariest jump there, man.
Yeah, definitely. And
whoa, I got like a super bounce. I've never seen, that's never happened before.
Oh, here we go. You said the thing.
Let's go. Spike on the side, my homie cheerleader.
But yeah, we will actually see
Let's go.
Another variation of 7-3 again later.
All right, I'm really scared about this jump.
Gets the clip there, saves a little bit for him.
Okay, I'm waiting. We're playing it safe. Okay, we're good. This is one of the scarier castles in the game. Let's go.
Beautiful.
All right, I got something really cool to show off here in 8-1 if I can hit it.
So yeah, remember we were talking about that up pipe?
Yeah.
We were lying, by the way, if you
Yeah.
couldn't tell.
You can't go up them, but you can go down them?
Yeah, you know, as you do.
Yeah, check this out on GTA's screen. So this actually works only in Warpless. If you do this in any percent, it will actually send you back to the beginning of the stage.
Yeah, there's a weird mechanic with like how checkpoints work and saving them, and then the glitchy pipe mechanic. I don't know how it works. It's just weird and makes for some cool things in this run. You'll see another one in C1, so be on the lookout for that level.
All right. Cosmic through World 7, heading into 8-1. Get to see another opportunity of the double spell pipe entry. That's what we like to call that. Meanwhile, GTA's here is going to be grabbing this vine, because this is actually a loop level if you don't grab that.
Nice.
Nice.
Cosmic also getting it, very nice.
Hey, I got the sound glitch. If you shoot a fireball into the pole, sometimes the flag going down sound does not play.
So I had this theory, like 8-3 is pretty much like the precursor of Bowser in the sky in Mario 64, because you're in the sky right now. There's a castle coming up right at the end of it.
And you can totally see the blocks there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or-
Yeah, you see all these blocks?
Yeah.
Don't worry, you'll see them right here.
Oh, you didn't know there were blocks there. Oh.
Yeah, so like in the All-Stars version, that doesn't even show up like that. You have to actually uncover the blocks to make that.
All right, 8-4 is scary. So here we go.
Okay, so that skating motion that Mario's doing, he basically did a buffer jump while holding the B button as well. So he has like this skating looking sprite. This doesn't work as Big Mario. This only works as
Oh,
Fire
I was a
Mario.
little off. All right, I'll just get power-ups back. It's fine.
So this is the G room. Shout out to Andrew G. Gonna take it a little safe here.
Yeah, it uses the edge of the screen there to kind of bounce off of and move back.
Almost got fast excel.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's never happened before.
Dude, this guy's a
Wow.
content machine tying it up.
Oh,
All right, well.
look at this.
Hole in one.
Dang, that was a good run. That sucks.
Now we're pretty
I don't know
much-
if I was on 21 pace, but that was.
I think you were.
Wow. That that sucks. Oh well. Can't believe I've never done that before. You think it'd be easier?
Yeah, this room's terrifying. Like, can't even see the edge of the screen, but we need to bounce off of it.
There we go.
Yeah, that's better.
So yeah, that actually is
Okay.
a little mini puzzle there. Just have to take that very bottom route.
Then we get some fun jumps here.
Everybody say hi to Bruce. We love Bruce.
What a pal.
Whoops.
Oh, there's Bruce.
Say hello to him again. There he is. What a pal.
He
Forward.
was definitely a paladin.
I wore this shirt so he'd give me a good pattern, and he said no.
He's definitely not a paladin.
And yeah, normally in 8-4 attempts, you wouldn't actually kill the Bowser there, but it's faster in all levels to do that, to skip the bridge break still at the end of 8-4. So now they make their way to World 9, which is, they get 1 life to do World 9.
Yeah.
So good luck.
This is what you donated for. Thank you.
So yeah.
We have a long cutscene, so we'll get some donations, but just gonna give some of our shout-outs during this opportunity. I wanted to say thanks to Nifsky and Scalpel for pushing this game down, adding some new strats in, and Tecate, my 2J pal.
What a pal. But yeah, I'll just shout out, you can shout out our streams as well. So I stream GTS99 on my Twitch. I have a YouTube and Twitter as well. I've been doing a weekly podcast where I interview speedrunners, and it's been a lot of fun. I've done like 50 episodes now. I haven't missed a week, so if that sounds like fun. I like listening to speedrunner stories and stuff. Check it out.
What's it called?
Sunday Speedrunner Spotlight.
There we go.
Yeah. GTS 99 on Twitch.
Cosmic on Twitch.
Yeah.
All right, so during this loading screen, we're going to be loading up World 9, and we are going to be entering a fantasy world with 1 game.
Let's try 9 World with 1 game. Can we get a shout out for some World 9 gaming? Thank you so much for providing consoles and setups at this event.
So World 9, yes. This is a world of, I guess we were in a large fish tank. It's like outside, and you see like clouds, and you're swimming, apparently.
There's I think it's frame perfect, not 100% sure, but a flagpole glitch is a lot easier with the underwater physics, and if you do it perfectly timed, it will be a full flagpole glitch where he won't even have to walk to the castle at all. So we get to do that 3 times in World 9, hopefully.
All right, that's
Okay,
flagpole glitch.
the regular, yeah, the halfy. Nice.
Halfy, let's go.
So you'll notice still the flag doesn't come down when they get that, so they're able to save a bit of time there.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've got a moment to step in with a couple donations.
Go ahead.
Go for it.
Alrighty, here's a $25 donation from Wolf Attorney that just came through. It said $25 in honor of the Good Boy Shadow. We'll add $50 if we see a flag despawn in A3, and $100 if both runners get it.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can get the flag to despawn in A3, but it's not exactly up to you if that happens.
Well, praise RNG. Let's make it happen. Come on, games.
Another halfy for Cosmic.
Yes, let's go.
Good job.
Making up time.
Yeah, good 2 seconds there.
All right, now we got 9-3. This is an outside castle level, and we're going to be saying hi to another member of the Bowser family.
Very important jump coming up here. Very important.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right there.
There it is. Also, everybody say hi to Doug Bowser.
Hi, Doug.
What's up, Doug?
We got a lot of names going on in this game, names for all the Bowsers. We've also got names for things like Mario's jump sound that he makes. Shoutouts to Phil and Glenn. Let's go. Paul and Glenn. I don't know, Dungeon, I'm sorry. I messed it up.
Well, hey, I have a slightly relevant donation here if I can read it real quick.
Sure.
$25 from M. Sleeper that said, good luck to Cosmic, fastest grabs in the West. Everyone say hi to Doug at 9-3.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hi, Doug. Bye, Doug.
We're taking damage intentionally, by the way.
Yep.
And also those Japanese characters say arigato, as in thank you.
Yeah, once they
another halfy.
Yeah, once they get to the end of World 9 here, it sends them back to the beginning. They have to take an intentional death to go back to the start screen and begin the Letter Worlds.
I got all FPGs. Let's go.
We're gonna die on purpose here. Because World 9 just loops infinitely until you die. So we're doing this to get back to the title screen. And we are officially super players. Super player status achieved.
We've done it.
We have arrived.
Can we get a shout out for how close this race is? I mean,
Right?
this is incredible for a game this long, by the way.
Yeah, so we're going to the letter worlds now, A, B, C, and D. You needed at least 8 stars on the title screen there. Every time you beat the game, it gives you 1 star, and it will save, so once you've unlocked it, you're good. And now we can go here. You have to hold A when you start the game, and it takes you to the final 4 bonus worlds.
I should mention on the start screen, you'll notice there's an option to select Luigi. He is playable. Yeah. He's got different mechanics in the game. Basically, they choose Mario. Mario's faster as well. So that's just all you need to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All the melee Luigi players can thank this game for his wave dash. He is so slippery.
Yeah, the world record for Luigi's like 30 seconds slower, and it's actually fairly optimized. Probably not as much as Mario, but yeah, he's a slow one.
All right, so since we got 8-2 going on, if you got any more donations, feel free to read them.
Appreciate it. I actually have an update from behind the scenes here. I said that about 35 minutes on the timer we were going to close out that Sekiro versus Elden Ring bid war, but there was a lot of love coming through, and that race suddenly went from Sekiro being like $2,000 behind to being ahead by like $300. It is incredibly close, so we're now going to keep it open until the end of this run. So it's going to be very close. If you want Elden Ring, if you want Sekiro, now is the time to tell us. I know the runner's preference, but both of these categories are going to be super hype regardless. So give it everything you've got until the very end of this run. That bid war will remain open. Now is the time.
Wow, that cheap. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this level, I'm gonna just, yeah. Nice and easy. No flag despawn. Cheeps didn't want it to happen, unfortunate.
We get to see a really cool power-up grab strat here.
Yeah, that
stomping
a bit interesting.
cheeps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't. Yeah, he didn't go for it. So you can like bump the block.
Oh, the despawned.
Let's go.
Let's go.
No
Thank
way.
you, friends.
Let's go.
50.
I definitely died on the easiest level, but it was all just to get that pattern.
Worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was totally RNG manipulation, right?
He saw it from the start.
Oh, he jumped again. All right, I wasn't expecting that.
So one thing to note about these letter worlds in particular, as compared to the the All-Stars version, the Bowsers don't throw hammers in this one, so they'll have a much easier time, well, somewhat easier time to shoot them down.
Yeah, I guess they ran out of ammunition in the first 8 worlds.
Yeah, maybe somebody forgot their shipment, just to kind of send them in with the box of hammers. So GTAce is going to take the opportunity to power back up to fire. Cosmic's still pretty comfortable with fire right now. There we go.
We are so back. Nope. I was going to get fireworks. You got to look out for that.
All right,
I think it'd be cool if you get some. That'd be really cool.
That would be, yeah. That'll make him catch up a little bit.
So, you know, 3-2, that level sucked. 6-2 really sucked. This level is just awful.
Yeah, and you will see why, because there's just so many things happening in this level.
They just force you in bottlenecks the entire time, filled with enemies. It's awesome.
I feel like they could have fit a few more, though, you know?
Well...
Yeah, so the hitbox on the fish are not quite what they appear to be, by the way.
Oh my gosh, dude. Go. Okay. Oh, thank gosh that Koopa despawned at the end. And I cannot hit it.
You know, someone at home's like, they're cheating, they're going through the fish.
Oh.
It's whatever.
Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. So this level used to be kind of a tricky platforming stage, but I kind of started a strat. I don't know if I started it or if it was a community thing, but you can just stop at the spring and just kind of skip all of this. And it actually doesn't lose time optimally, so that's good. The bullets can be weird, though.
Oh, okay.
As I was saying.
Yeah, totally fine.
I think the springs are red on the All-Stars version, so they don't send you...
The All-Stars version, that spring strat does not work because they changed what kind of spring it is.
There's a intended 2, maybe 3 frame jump you have to do to beat the game.
right, so B-4 here can go for a clip.
Dude, it's so hard when you don't get it. Because you get pushed on the screen a lot further. But it's just oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's sub-pixel dependent, so really no good way to manipulate it. I'm gonna wait, because I really screwed that up. Okay.
And just jump over Bowser, no problem. Cosmic then should be able to get a comfortable kill here.
So many of the jumps in this run make me nervous.
It is very nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
They're right at the end of platforms.
Keeping it nice and close. Do not blink on this
All right.
level.
Yeah, check this out.
One of the longest stages in the run.
Incredibly
Here we go.
long. See how long it was?
Done.
I'm not kidding when I say this is one of the longest levels in the run, but you can skip the entire thing.
Shout out to Up Pipes.
Oh, Cosmic's got fireworks.
Let's go. Celebrate that wrong warp we just did in the warpless category.
Wow, that cheap pattern did not look friendly.
Go ahead and pick this up for safety.
Yeah, so there's like a short bit of this level that kind of looks familiar, like similar to 4-3.
Oh, I don't have fire to shoot this Lakitu out of my way now. This is gonna be a little scary.
Yeah, so y'all remember 7-3, right? We're kind of back in it.
We're so back.
And look who's popping in. Our friend Lakitu.
You can actually despawn a spring, you need to beat the stage. You have to play very particularly.
Oh, this works. Surely that's far enough, right?
That looks good, I think.
The game wouldn't troll me. Okay.
Yeah,
And he made it.
I'm just letting you guys know. Ooh, okay. It's probably good. I was probably gonna die.
Yeah.
I don't know where this comes down, so.
You're good, you're good.
Go. Okay.
Oh, man.
Everything's fine.
Did not want to give you running speed.
No, I'm not gonna go.
Struggling to run.
I'm not gonna go for the clip. There's actually a fire flower here.
Oh yeah, we're in the most explosive level, by the way.
Yeah, C4.
Nice.
All right, Cosmic gets the clip. Very nice. So yeah, this is basically 7-4 with some added furniture, I guess. Got some more corner blocks here.
Go. Okay.
So you'll kind of notice like the fireball doesn't hit them when they're crouched. Well, except for that.
I cannot get running speed in this run, man.
Yeah, it's hard.
I forgot what speed run meant.
We love forward Bowser though.
It's okay though. You're at a World C, which is like one of the more scary worlds.
But don't worry, World D is pretty hard too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. D3 is great.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is the last world of the game. And again, thank you all so much for donating towards this incentive. You get to see all 52 levels of this lovely video game.
It is good.
It is good.
I am a 2J defender.
It can be a pain at times
Even
if you're
after
grinding,
what it's done to me this run.
Yeah.
Like, I'll even admit, I'm also a Mario runner, and I do enjoy Lost.
That's
Whoa,
never happened before. What are you guys doing?
They're just hopping up there and just greeting you.
So World D is pretty hard, but not D2 for some reason.
Yeah, D2 is kind of like the calm before the storm, so to speak, once we get to D-3.
The greatest level in Mario.
Everyone's favorite.
Mind if I step in just a moment here?
Go ahead.
So we've pinned this bit war to the bottom of the bar there. We're right at the end of this run here. Elden Ring and Sekiro at one point were within $30 of each other. I'm watching it bounce back and forth. This is the final moment you have to pick what is going to be played directly after this. We have so many amazing donations coming through about it. $50 from Owl that said donating for one of my favorite games of all time. Let's go Sekiro. Hesitation is defeat. We had a $500 donation from Anonymous that said, let's play some Sekiro. There's so much love coming through. Sekiro Throws back in first. It's happening. Now's the last moments you have. Let's see the end of this run, and let's see what comes next.
That was a really good D3. Well, for me. I look over, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have said that.
This guy. Dude, I got 1 life.
I wish you luck. All right.
That's all you need, though,
And
right?
this is an intentional damage boost through the fire bar here. Gonna play it small. All right, good fire bar.
And all of a sudden, we're outside in the castle level.
Yeah, and luckily you can just do this jump, and what looks scary isn't that scary.
Please? Nice.
Oh. Nice.
If I game over, we're just gonna cut, right? Like
just don't.
Woo!
All right, so we got our final Bowser. What Bowser's name is this?
Oh my gosh, that's never happened before. What? That was so scary.
I think
forward.
Oh yeah. By the way, time's gonna be on GTA's side.
Time.
Now.
Good run, dude.
Yeah, that was. This is a video game.
I wanted to run this game for a good 5 years or so. Really wanted to do a good run. Wasn't my best, but hey, we did it. I'm happy for you, GTAs.
Hey, you're still getting sub 40.
Yeah, I think that's Bart Bowser, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I keep forgetting the name.
One last clip for the people? No.
Oh. Well, anyways.
And time. $39 with loads.
I can't believe I threw away that 21 and with that detonate 4.
Yeah, you really tried to let me win.
Yeah, no, I kept it close. It's for the content. That's what's
You're
important.
like rolling your eyes like, dude, catch up.
Whoa. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. That was like a really good showcase of this run in particular.
Yeah.
All the good stuff, all the bad stuff. That's how it
I
goes.
filled that role.
Well.
Yeah, on my end of things, I just want to say hi to my wife back home who couldn't be here. She's the best.
I'll say hello to my family. Thanks for donating to this event.
You guys got any final words?
I'm just here to say words. That's it.
Fair enough.
Well, I do appreciate you all having me. You know, I had that Sonic Origins relay earlier. We were really hyping this run up, and I'm really glad we got to see it through. So, you know, thank you to the both of you for having me on here, and congrats on a huge, amazing run.
Right on. Yep. Yeah. I'll be running this more, pushing the times down, trying to move the record down in this and other categories. So that is one place that you can find more runs like this if you liked it.
And I'll be trying to beat him, so that's when you follow me.
Okay, but thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
What an incredible race, both in the Bid War and in Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. Thank you all so much for your donations that upgraded that to the all levels run. That was fantastic. We're going to continue tallying up those last donations for our Bid War here, and we're going to take a quick break in the meantime.
In the meantime, now we're gonna fucking loaded. Oh yeah. It's just impossible. Son of a bitch.
Always remember, if you change the destiny of an object in the present, the future version of that object will be affected as well. If this sounds too complicated, you're in luck. The next chamber will only heavily rely on your understanding of this very basic concept.
Oh, fuck. Launches it. It launches it. Oh, it's gonna move it, obviously. Son of a bitch.
Good. By now, you hopefully understand the concept of cause and effect and how cubes behave in different timelines. Now, let's move on to something more interesting. And now, for the moment you've been waiting for, Aperture Science proudly presents the Triple Portal Device. Marvelous device will allow you to place 3 different portals. For now, however, to introduce you to the concept of portals in different timelines, the time portals will be placed for you. portal placed in the present will appear on the same surface in the future.
Oh.
A portal placed in the future will not override its existing location in the present. Good. Thinking in 4 dimensions means not only knowing where to place your portals, but also when. Please ignore that. The decay of this facility over the past 20 years may have caused the destruction of some portal surfaces. Try to find a way around this.
Oh.
Nicely done. Take note. Because time portals exist in exactly the same location in both timelines, they can only be placed on surfaces which are intact in both the present and the future. This next chamber will involve the concept of momentum-based traveling through portals. You go in fast, you come out fast. Simple enough. Touching the material emancipation grills will cause any ordinary portal to fizzle. Time portals are not affected. If a portal closes in the present, it will also close in the future. So think about where and when to pass through them. Outstanding. Now that you know all the essentials, how about shooting some time portals of your own?
That makes these marathons go. Audience, help me out here. I love that energy. Thank you all so much, and thank you for that $500 donation.
All right, so here we are back up on top of Malekith's Arena. One more time, we do unfortunately have to kill the Phase 1 again. This is a Souls game, so you do not save your progress on bosses, except for Bed of Chaos. Shoutouts to Regal earlier. So we got to go again with this Mega Zip. Again, it is particularly difficult, but if you guys want to talk through it this time, I think I can hear the metronome even over you guys. Or not. You don't have to. You don't
I was like, I don't want to go over it. But yes, he's actually trying to. I'm the loudest person in the world, so I'm scared about it. But yeah, he's going for, again, an enhanced version of the Zip. So Zips, in what little in the crash course that Mitch was able to give me earlier, was just, he's looking at the animation, very nicely done. He's looking at the animation right there of his character sort of oscillating in its breath animations to know when basically animations are overlapping and then tapping on that frame. To do a mega zip, he needs to tap it a second time. There is a 16 frame section after you hit the zip, and you need to hit it on frames, I believe it's 12, 13, and 14 in order to go that little bit of extra distance, which is going to allow him to also go high enough and in the fall create just enough time for Malekith, or the Beastman clergy in that instance, to fall far enough to die.
Almost. Yes, and so here here we are back in the arena one more time, and I'm just trying to get out front again to activate Malekith. These ones are particularly tough, not necessarily because they are harder, but because you also need a very stable frame rate, which we have some tricks to help us do, but this area is...
Those will be 4 entries in it. Well, I don't think you guys can chant after that, okay? They missed Shockwave and Chain of Corruption. You can if you really want. As Adam now trying to get away, has the Ragnarok, put some damage back onto Razork. The Brob does have the hook, that falls short. And Fnatic could set up around the Baron. Oscar Rinnan, I think, just clearing out vision on it. It is the all-seeing Baron, so you want to clear out as much.
Welcome, Joey Fury to London, my friend, my brother. How you doing, man?
Ahead of you is the Aperture Science Time Portal Activation Force Field. This field will activate and deactivate your ability to shoot time portals. It will not fizzle your portals or destroy cubes. Great. The following chamber will combine all the elements you have learned so far. Good luck solving your first test while shooting 3 different portals.
real far away, I can hit him, get way over here. Yep. But that original position that I remembered is now restart setting, which is really crazy. So this will allow you to recreate a lot of awkward situations, or even just lab-specific combos without having to do that, like, all right, got to get back to that spot on the stage where I wanted to do this combo. You can just get right to it. So it's super cool that they've added this.
I think that's going to be huge for combo video makers.
Definitely for combo video makers. You combo guys out there are going to really enjoy that one. But yeah, Joey Fruit, is there, like, we'll see just a few more of the options there on the left. Is there anything else? It looks like we have the combo challenges, so you can actually practice your combos now. There's challenges in the practice mode now.
Yes, so it looks like there's 11 challenges here for Jack. You know, they're going to keep going up in difficulty as you go through. It's a really good thing,
really cool to
particularly for newer or intermediate players, just to work on execution and, you know, feel out the combo system. Just trials here.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you, right? So how do you use, so we know there's new characters, right? Let's say you're practicing versus a new character. What do you do
Well done.
the game now?
Traveling through a time portal will also transfer your current momentum into the other
I
timeline.
would probably immediately go to an infinite stage. You know, well, Yakushima is probably the biggest one right here.
Stage selection is there, so let's go to it, man. Do what you would do, Joe.
You know, to start, I would want as much space as possible, keep things as simple as possible, not like involve walls right away or potential obstacles. You know, I would just want a lot of space. So let's go to this big open stage.
Let's head to the Yakushima.
I'm sad Infinite Asher is not coming
And then
back.
we can teach these guys what you would do. How are we practicing versus these characters? What are you doing?
So you want to talk about combos or just like breaking down this character?
Well, yeah, if you want to do anti stuff, anti versus I'm struggling versus Kazuya. What do I do here, man?
Okay, good question. So that is where we want to open up this defense section of training mode. Right. I like that they've specified that for you. It's just kind of intuitive to the head right there.
Yeah.
So if you're returning to this game, you'll notice that there are a lot of CPU opponent actions here. There used to be 5, there's now 8. So what this allows you to do, we'll just start with the first one. It gives you these options, select from move list or record. So select from move list, I open up my opposing character's move list, gives me every option of attack that they can throw at me, and I can just set one. And you know, if I'm learning a character, I basically start from the top. You know, we'll kind of like skip this heat burst here because that's a universal option.
Right.
But you know, just this idea, you open up the move list and like, what is this move? What does it do? So you set it there in this first loadout, and center button plus circle gets him to play. And now I've got Kazuya throwing this attack at me, and I'm just kind of like observing what's going on here. Mid-high status. You can see the frame data on the side, how it's neutral frames, so nobody's at advantage, nobody's at disadvantage. And you know, there's a lot of different ways that you can start thinking about how am I going to deal with this move. You know, this one intuitively, mid-high, block to mid, duck to high. And so there's like just one facet of his move list I found an answer to. And then you would kind of just go down the line.
That's it.
Next, right? Very systematic, one move at a time.
I got this.
Set them to throw it at you. Try to find an answer. Once you found a sufficient answer, go to the next one, right?
That's very interesting. I mean, and of course, like you mentioned, now 8 as opposed to 5 actions, right? So you can, I guess, start mixing up the options as well. Like, you know, if you're maybe trying to train your reactions, you said, you know what, I've seen you do this before on stream, Joey. It's like, I'm going to set this person, and the record function, which is quite interesting as well, right? You can set them to change up the timing and do other things.
Do we know how it works?
And you have 8 of these options now to record.
So this is something I'm particularly excited about because, yes, this is something that whether you're learning the game, whether you're a pro player, you want to set several options in practice mode and have that dummy just throwing them at you and countering them as you see them.
You're going to be able to
and the max complexity really was 5 attacks at a time, which can be pretty good, but obviously when you're training for a real match where there's dozens of options at a time, sometimes you want more than that. So now you can overload yourself a bit harder, up to 8 options, and that's just going to be a really great way to train even harder.
Wow. I mean, how significant do you think that's going to be then? You said it's going to be a great way to train, but
Are you banning
is it big as a technological competitor, or like yourself, knowing the kind of competition you're going to face against? Is that something that's going to be like, this is going to make this, for me, way more efficient?
Yeah, I think it's huge. So when you have 5, you know, a lot of like the idea of designing a defensive exercise, it's like a duckable string,
which is just like
seeable low,
what is it?
something launchable punishable, something moderately punishable, and then maybe like a command grab. So you're getting many different aspects of your defense tested. But now you can go way deeper than that, right? You could have 2 duckable strings, you could have a full loadout of command grabs. There's so many different ways that you can essentially build like a difficult exercise when you have 8 loadout options in defensive training mode. So it's really big.
Some of these characters, especially in them stances, we've seen Reyna, she's probably got about 8 options out of them stances. So yeah, definitely want to get all of those up on there and practice your defense.
Joey, is practice mode going to be the first place you go when this game is out? Is it straight to P mode or are you jumping online? What's going on? Tucking ball a little bit with the jack?
I feel like there's like 3 types of people. Like there's type of people like straight to ranked, right?
Yeah.
Start climbing the ladder. There's type of people that are like teching ball straight to the fun. And me, I'm the nerd that wants to go right to practice mode and see the numbers, the properties, and just nerd out. So I can't wait. Can't wait to use this mode at home.
Well, while we have you here, Joe, you are going to be in an exhibition later on, right? So, I'm sure you've had a little bit of time to do the. I saw you in the practice room before as well. How are you feeling about that? And what are you thinking about?
There's so much here. Like I got to play some of the amazing pro players here, and right away, like you're just getting hit by new stuff you haven't seen before, and it's like fun and overwhelming at the same time. Like, oh, that's new. But immediately after I played Super Akuma's Lee, I was like, gotta go right to practice mode. How do I duck that string? Or like, what is this? So
is that desire to that need to know? I need to know what happens.
It's a lot of the fun of playing this game in general, and particularly a new game. How you're going to be tested in completely new ways. Yeah. And it just creates that motivation. Like you just want to go and explore, solve the things that are unfamiliar.
Yeah, they confirmed that
Joey,
that
as one of the best players in the
it's going to
world,
be on every platform.
Phase up and all that, I'm saying,
we don't know
you're killing it, doing the thing, traveling all over the globe and that. Is there any advice you can give to people watching at home who are hopefuls, who are people who do want to, come up the ranks and start competing? Of course, Tekken 8 is going to bring a big influx of players, hopefully around the world. What advice could you give them? What wisdom from your years of experience?
So this stuff that we're talking about here with practice mode is great. I think it's something that a lot of people bypass when they're opening up the game because it can be very overwhelming, and it's also tends to be solitary, so it's not as
fun, social.
Can be not as much fun or as social, but it's very important. And then at the same time, there's that other side of things where making real connections with people who want to learn the game with you and guide you along. That was what kept me here for so long. People I met in the arcades in like 2004 when I was a little kid, and I'm still friends with now. It's sort of those 2 sides of the coin, like the solitary practice that you have to enjoy that process. You have to find the fun in it, the curiosity, and then the other side of really just making friends and finding training partners, people who want to learn this game with you, because it's important to practice by yourself, but you can't do it all by yourself. There's just no way.
Final question, Joey. I will let you go, but final question, because this is something I've heard a lot from a lot of people. Is there a skill level that you need to get to before you start going offline to try and play? Because I've heard from people say, I'm not good enough to go offline, I'm not good enough to go to these sessions, and I need to get better first. Is there a skill level or not?
No, I don't think so. I don't think there is a skill level. There's so many great players around the world in every community who are willing to help and guide you, and that's not like a wishful thought. I mean, I've experienced it firsthand, and that's what I try to do for a new player, is really just kind of adapt to their level of understanding and try to help them along. And I see so many people in this community who are willing to do that. There's just so many friendly, wonderful people. So however good you are, however much you know, it's never too early to start making friends and playing the game.
That's it, man. You got wisdom from Joey Fury, brother. There we go. Thank you so much, Joey, for joining us here and giving us your insight and your wisdom. And, I'll let you go now and prepare for your exhibition that's going to be happening later, man. Thank you so much. And, Babsy, talking about exhibitions, we have another one coming up, right?
We have a big one. This is one of the ones that I'm personally
this event is really cool.
Also with the Joey as well, but the next one we are going to have is going to be a big one. It's going to be a doozy. It's going to be all of the above.
We got Babsy.
Who we got?
Really good towards the
crazy. It's like guard break and a power quest. Like it was power quest at first and it turned into a guard break.
This costume for Reyna is so sick. I know these are on YouTube as well, so I'm gonna look them up on YouTube. Because I think the quality will be better there. Look.
Waited long enough. Let's get into the nitty-gritty, ladies and lads. 32 characters.
This type of event is really
Some you're
sick.
going to be seeing for the first time. Tekken 8. We're going to be getting into our character breakdowns, and we're starting off with an original new character for Tekken, the Coffee Queen from Peru.
I want to start with Reina.
Let's have a look at the trailer.
That's the one I'm the most interested in. Because we already kind of know how Zena works, because she was in the demo or a beta.
We're going to...
Time! Ow!
Like completely. Right. Well, the trailer, man. I remember I was in Japan when I saw that trailer for the first time at Reina, like completely taking the Tekken world by storm, and I think that she is going to be probably the most like famous, like probably the most popular character when this game drops.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the mystery about Reina, like who she is, and you know, she's got.
Do we still not know anything about
Where
this
did that
story?
come from?
Yeah, I mean, look, we're gonna. You can see, you got to see, man. He's got the stick ready.
People, when I got this stick,
yeah, it's
I didn't even know.
It's on, bruv. It's on. So we're gonna be showing you now a deep dive into Reina. I mean, there's a lot of mystery surrounding this character, right? But we're gonna try.
Yeah, but
to
anything more than
uncloud that mystery,
being
especially when it comes to that
Yakuza
gameplay. So let's get into it. Me and Bubsy on the ting right now. Here we go, Reina. So Bubsy, give us your overall kind of your overview on this character. What you're thinking?
Overview. Definitely, I feel that she. And I think when she gets up on her face and really starts.
I'm hyped for the customization mode too.
Yeah. Okay, so let's. I guess let's talk about her movement first, right? I mean, what do you think about her movement?
I mean, she's got really decent movement. That she's okay. Side walking, side stepping. I think it's decent.
The one thing that I really like is the wave dash. If you see the wave dash, and I'm not the best at the wave dash, right? But I mean, the wave dash.
Her movement's only okay.
Let's talk about her. Her movement first, right? I mean, what do you think about her movement?
I mean, she's got really decent movement. That she's okay. Side walking, side stepping. I think it's decent.
The one thing that I really like is the wave dash. If you see the wave dash, and I'm not.
Wait,
the best
she has
at
like an
wave dash,
animation
right?
for when you
I mean, the
wave
wave dash,
dash,
you can see that the electricity coming out of her feet, right?
Let me go player 2. You know, I have to sometimes be a player 2.
Yeah, you got a P2 Mishimas, right? You know what I'm saying? It's so sick. Wow.
That's pretty sick.
And that just goes to show the effort that Bandai Namco has put in when it comes to just making the character look sick, right? But movement-wise, you're saying pretty good, right?
Decent, yeah.
Okay. Now let's.
That's like that reminds me of like
there's one you
the
already
sounds
touched upon,
characters
Bubsy,
make when you wave
the
dash.
Electric Wind God Fist.
Yeah, you know, it's the good old cool when I get it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a. There we go.
There you go. It's just it feels like a Heihachi electric where it hits kind of like deeper. So you're not really gonna get like the Kazuya. Well, we actually discovered something. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
But I mean, the Electric Wind God Fist is there, and that was a question that a lot of people had when we saw this character for the first time. Is she gonna have that? Now, also, let's just kind of go over. A lot of comparisons have been made to Heihachi Mishima. What else does Reina have, Bubsy, that kind of, you know, is a homage to that character?
Homage, definitely. So we got the down forward 1-2, which is the 30 frame punishment. The hair. Now it doesn't.
Oh,
look
her
like
hoodie has
Heihachi's
like a
done, but this
hole
instead
in it.
goes straight into heat.
Bam.
Bam, bam.
And it does actually wall splat, which is
Right
good
here.
to know as well. It doesn't knock down, it puts you into heat, but even when it goes into heat, you will get a wall splat with down forward 1-2. So down forward 1-2 and down forward 1-1, right?
Yes, down forward 1, you got that sort of, you know, the mid-high option. So it is, you know, something very reminiscent to Heihachi. It's good pressure tool.
And I think that one thing that's really good as well.
That's
is
his down forward 1.
Right hand jab,
Or her.
just 1-1 minus 1.
Yeah, and I also think the jab, if you can see,
There's the future one there.
Range.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, jabs,
I mean,
when
the
it comes to
future
Mishima
block
type
there.
characters, jabs are going to be very, very important. The fact that they're minus 1 is very important. We're kind of switched right now on our sides, but you can see that when I do this, it is on the right side, on block, and on hit +6, so not bad there, right?
Yeah, she's even got the 1-1-2, the Mishima flash punch combo.
Oh, she does have flash punch?
Right, yes. 1-1-2. And we'll go into that a little bit when we talk about the
Oh
punishment,
yeah,
but,
that goes into the
forward
stance.
4. I mean, Heihachi's forward 4 +2.
Yeah, definitely. You know, not as much plus as Heihachi's one, but you know, the same kind of concept where it looks like it's got a little bit more range, personally.
That animation looks a little weird.
+5 plus on block as well.
Maybe it's because I'm not used to watching like Heihachi's one.
This is when I saw this move, I thought, oh no, is it going to have a 4-4-3 launcher? Well, no, it doesn't launch, but it does knock down,
What a
launch,
fucking
but
flip.
forward,
What the
forward,
fuck?
do the heat dash, right?
Yeah.
There we go. So yeah, you do get a launch, but forward 3 again. That axe kick from the Mishimas borrowed. Really good.
I like Jacket looks
Do you want to talk about
really
more?
clean.
Actually, we can
Like
kind of touch
the-
a little bit into the stance.
Not the design. I think the design's okay, but I really like how the texture works in
So
game.
it is locked behind that, but again, paying homage to Heihachi Mishima.
Yeah, and then of course we got to mention it, guys, right? The hell sweep. She has the double low hell sweep on hit is +2. It isn't as.
I'm not a huge fan of her hair personally, because it feels like it's one of the customization ones.
So crouch dash 4-4 and crouch dash for 2, and you can see that it's actually the 2 is actually minus. It's -1. Boom, boom. So yeah,
Why is it
hell sweeps,
minus?
again, it is something that you can start sidewalk to the left too. So like, it's really just like a
Actually,
hell sweep.
we can actually mention this. We'll touch on obviously we'll touch on the stance a little bit later, but if you do the crouch dash 4-2, not even on counter hit, just normal, he holds down, he actually transitions into stance.
And that makes it
Oh,
plus, right?
and the
There is
stance is
the
blocked.
the +6 if you go into stance. So we're going to be touching upon the stances very shortly, ladies and lads. But
What's a custom
there is
3? Oh,
another
that's the
move,
like rope.
Bubsy, the electric or god hit.
You know, we was actually looking at that move's name in the list, and it was like something that we had to really drill into our head. Yes, electric war god kit.
War
So
god
it's the
kit.
same kind of annotation as the electric, but this time you go for 3. So, you can see right there, she has an electric kick. Now, it isn't plus like an electric god fist. It's actually -9, but as you just saw there, it actually counter hit launches.
Oh look.
So that's just the normal one. The normal one actually, if you do not get it, we just show the counter hit. But actually, the normal one is minus on block. So if you just block it, see
-13, yeah. And if you do the electric version, was it -9? Okay, yeah,
-9.
-9. And this is good because if you walk forward, Bubsy, and stay on the ground, then it's actually a move which hits ground, it flips you over, right? So this is one of the only moves, guys, that you're going to be able to kind of flip your opponent around with on the floor if you notice your opponent staying on the floor. She also has this stomp down forward
that stomp
for a ground hitting move. So she has options here, Bubsy.
Definitely has options. And a scary thing about it, as it is a counter hit launcher, if they want to wake up, press some buttons, press a kick, it's very risky. Let's say that. It is a very risky thing to do.
Therefore, now
Oh, I
let's talk a
see
little bit
what you mean.
The lows now. We got
Like
the
the
crouch dash
pants.
one, like this one.
I mean, she could just have like
and she got a
a
couple of moves from there. Boom, boom. That's a high version, and then
Like a
she got
small
the
top.
-12 axe kick as well. So there's a bit of a mix up there too.
I
so
think
that's
like
gonna be
Android
the last one we talk about when it
21-ish.
comes to what similarities she has with the Mishimas. But she has another move that's quite similar to a character in Tekken 7, and I think I'm not even going to tell you what character it is, Bubsy. I'm going to let you tell the people once I've done it. Homing 16 frame homing move there. Well, who does that look like?
Well, it's a bit of a Kazumi, right?
Kazumi, yeah. That's a Kazumi homing move there, guys. And if you walk forward, Bubsy, look at the pushback. It has a lot of pushback. So I think maybe it is +3, but the amount of pushback doesn't make it the best. I mean, it's a lot of pushback. You can't really continue your offense all too much, but I mean, to have that move is still pretty good, right?
Definitely. Well, it feels like it's got quite a bit of range as well. Maybe not that much range, but I thought it's going to be a good mid homing check. It is quite fast, 16. Yeah, relatively okay.
That's it. So I think a lot of you Kazumi guys will be quite happy with that one. And then we can talk about just quickly about her lows. And this is where we think that her weaknesses are she might have not the best lows here, Bubsy.
Yeah.
We see the hell sweep, she has that. But outside of that, she has the down back 2. So down back 2, if you block it, Bubsy, you see this is on hit it's -3. On block, it is -16. It's not like the best low. And also, it does...
That doesn't even...
Yeah, like I say, it does have the same kind of notation as Heihachi, but definitely not the same impact as the Heihachi's down back too. So, it's a risky low. You don't really get that
I like how it looks, but it kind of doesn't. It like barely looks like a low.
It doesn't high crush as well.
Looks
so
like a mid
careful
low.
about. Also, in terms of lows, got down back 4. Now down back 4 again is only -2. There is an extension just in case. Oh, sorry. But if you want to boom 1+2, if you try to punish, you can mix it up. But on its own, down back 4 isn't great. If you walk forward, Bubsy, and get hit on the ground, and you see that and stay on the ground, you'll see that down back 4 actually flips you over as well. It has this this new property of these kind of lows which will flip you over. I'm not sure what you guys can do with that, but hopefully next week when you get when you guys get your hands on the game, figure out what you can do with this move, man. Down back 4, it has some utility, I'm sure. But in terms of a lows, Bubsy, I mean, apart from that, we have side step 4, which on counter hit does give you some good plus frames.
Nicely done.
Due to Tyson 4.
Now, let's move on to some more
Yeah, you
advanced
plus 13,
challenges.
right? But again, not. I mean, it's a good low. It's minus. But again, low is not looking amazing. But she does have generic downfall, which we know in Tekken 8 has been nerfed now universally. They are now launch punishable. There we go. You see, minus 15. So yeah, that's one thing that we wanted to talk about. That's key moves though. We've talked about key moves. Let's now talk about how punish.
Yeah, it really is insane. It's insane that it didn't have it for a while.
Or the flash punch combo, and actually transitions into a sentai stance to get into the sentai stance.
And you can also hold back if you walk forward, Bubsy. You can hold back to not go to the stance and have +2, but a lot more plus if you transition into the sentai stance, which gives you +11. So 1, 1, 2. What else we got, Bubsy? You got
1, 2, 2.
1, 2, 2. Yeah.
And that's 10 frames, right?
That's 10 frames, yeah.
So you've got the for 12.
2, 2, 1 for 12.
2, 2, 1. Sorry, yeah.
This is all natural. Bam, bam, bam. That's a 12 frame punish. I mean, it does a lot of damage, and it also wall splat. And then on top of that, you have the 1+2, which is also a 12 frame punish that you can do against your opponent.
Oh, I like how that move looks.
That is very reminiscent. It actually doesn't have the best range as well, so probably be going for something with range. Probably the 2, but I'd say 1+2 is also an option there.
Bubsy, 12 frame mids. I mean, that's a good thing to have.
Definitely a good thing to have, definitely.
Now, 13 frame, we've got the down forward 1, 2, which we showed earlier. Bam, bam. That is your 13 frame that you're going to be punishing hop kicks with for the most part. What do you think about this one, Bubsy?
It is definitely, a heavy hitting move to go straight into heat engage, put that additional pressure on. It's definitely, I think, going to be one of the, go-to key I-13 punishers, but she also does have the upward one as well. Now, you don't get much damage from this, but you're giving up damage for the mix-up situation.
Speed! I need the speed!
Yeah, I've had the draft there with the upward one, so you can choose. You have a lot of options when it comes to punishment, right? And then for, let's say, 14 frame, Bubsy, I ain't got the skill like you when it comes to execution, but can we show the electric? There it is, man. The electric, you can, I mean, we're thinking because of
what does he say when she does electric? I feel like the sound has been kind of weak on the electric so far in Tekken 8.
For sure 14, and that is a punishment if you're on point, and we know that you Mishima guys at home are going to be on it, right? I mean, 14 frame, pretty good there with the electric. That is a launch punishment, but if you're not feeling confident with your electrics, she does have another punishment.
The down forward 2, yes. Right there. So if you want something easy mode, she does have the easy mode launches as well. Yep. It is minus on punishable on hit, on blocks, right?
Yeah, do it. Minus 12.
Minus 12.
Yeah, minus 12.
It is something that you can easily get the party started with. Down forward 2, start your combo. Yeah. We'll show the combos properly later on.
Yeah, definitely. And then, so down forward 2, and then she's also got a really funny looking hop kick as well. So we can talk about that one. It is minus 13, it's a 17 frame, which means you can also do it from crouch if you block a very heavy low. Oh no, I'm doing 144. Yeah, up forward 4 there, and it's an instant tailspin move. So yeah, again, looking like decent punishment. And now let's go into the.
Does it matter if she has an I-15 Punisher if she has electric though? I feel like that's more of a low level thing.
It's minus 17 on block and minus 1 on hit.
Yeah, that was actually kind of one of the things that I was actually shocked at. It's actually minus 17. I thought that was quite punishable. Normally the tsunami kicks are about minus 15 if I remember correctly.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, while standing 4-4, pretty good punish there. What else?
You've got the while standing 1-1 5-13.
Yeah, goes into stance, right?
Yes, that definitely goes into center stance.
Yeah, and then I mean,
I feel like she seems pretty underwhelming unless her stances are really broken.
15 frame launcher, but it's not a conventional one. It is a full crouch move if you walk forward, Bubsy.
I'm sad she doesn't have better
Make your
movement.
way over these Turret Redemption platforms. Unfortunately, they did not survive their trip to the future. Come to think of it, it's actually quite remarkable that you are still alive.
You have that, and of course you got the up forward 4 just in case you want to go for that for some reason. But there is another move that was pretty funny in full crouch, and it's a 14 frame punch.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this move, but we'll
what
try
the
anyway.
fuck?
Yeah, it is this.
While standing 3+4.
Quickly make your way over these Turret Redemption platforms. Unfortunately, they did not survive their trip to the future. Come to think of it, it's actually quite remarkable that you are still alive.
But you have to be in the right range. That's the thing, right? So at the wall, it definitely
If
works.
at any point you are concerned about your odds of surviving, don't be. Remember the test subject teleportation devices at the start of each test section. Should you die at any point
like it has a
during this
clean
test,
like
you can simply
the end frame
rearrange
is the
the
same,
atoms you are
but
made of and put them back together. Good as new,
But yeah, whilst I was 4, that is another thing. And then of course,
But that's a good like actual swing.
also
Not nearly as bad.
Yeah, and actually I'll speed charge for you on counter hit.
Yeah, and on counter you get plus 14, which could gives you a guaranteed thing. So if you can again, bam, 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 guaranteed. Yeah, cool. So down forward 1-2, very good. So whilst I did 2. Now we did use this whilst I did 2 quite a lot, and maybe some of you guys were like, oh no, hey, actually whilst I did 2, such an evasive, was so good. It is evasive, but it's not as good, I think, as not as evasive as the Heihachi one. But on counter hit, it does give you some good stuff. Maybe to a nerfed version of it. Yeah. So punishment, what do you think, Bubsy, in the end?
I think it's strong punishment, especially when you start to utilize the Sentai stance. You see the while standing, be the Sentai, and I feel that's going to be where this character's going to start shining when she's in your face.
Is it just me or does her shoes look like they're really small? Like too small.
Okay, so we'll talk a little
Like
bit
her
about
feet
some
look
of her other
tiny.
features, right? And I think that one of them, Bubsy, is going to be
Because the like boot, the boot looks like it's a shrunken, large boot.
So I think this moves us beautifully into talking about the stances. And first up, I want to talk about the Sentai stance. So Sentai stance is a stance that you execute with.
I think it's partly like the angle, like this angle looks so tiny here on the left.
This is Sentai 1-2, which is the Power Crush. And this is actually something that you're going to be able to use in combos. I feel like combo enders, Bubsy, this is something that was quite commonly used.
Yes, yes, definitely. She actually has the extension as well. So if you do the Sentai 1 and do quarter circle forward 2, as you can see, there's a lot of display, the blue spots. And everyone likes a blue spot.
So quarter circle forward 2?
Yes, on the second hit. So you do the Sentai 1, quarter circle forward 2.
Jeez, look at that. Very good. It gives you that extra damage, of course. And then she has so the quickest move out of this stance is the 3, and it's a heat engager, right?
Yes.
I think her shoes look kind of whack.
Very reminiscent of Lydia.
Because it just looks weird to have a boot, but it doesn't actually go high. Right?
And she had like a kick.
Like you don't have boots like that.
If you press the button, you will get counter hit.
So a good example would be if you walk forward, Bubsy, and you try and press the button, 1-1-2 into 3, that's going to count it every single time, right? Forward,
Like she has like bandages or whatever on her feet. I feel like the boot should just go that high.
But talking about things that you can't duck and launch, we have.
You see it right? Like it looks tiny. I think it's the sand too, making it like stand, like sink in.
Low crush, right? So if your opponent is down jabbing or something, this is something that you can definitely use. So I'll do forward 4-2 into the Sentai 4. Let's see if you down jab it. Maybe on block you can. Oh, you can't. Oh,
it doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. We thought this looks like a. We're learning ourselves here, lads. Go on, do the down jab again. But no, on hits, it doesn't. Okay, maybe it depends on frames.
But I feel like the
definitely some
only way.
moves crush at later frames. Yeah. You see that on block that he did low crush.
You look tiny.
I guess it won't, but it is still.
Your shoes are so tiny.
Can put a lot of pressure on them, right?
Definitely put the pressure on it. See, moving on from the Sentai, you got the set. Well, you done Sentai 3.
Yeah, let's move on to the 2.
Okay, Sentai 1+2. Now this is the interesting move because it actually transitions into another move, Heaven's Wrath. Now,
Dude, the best thing is that everyone's just gonna be using Call of 3 anyway.
Actually, sidestep left is the way you want to go. If you do forward 4-2 into, like, let's say 1,
okay.
2.
So.
You do forward 4-2 into Sentai 2. Clean sidestep left, but now do 1+2. And you see that it does have, and it will give you a guaranteed hit as well. Now this is also a tail flip. It's a tail flip combo extender. So 1+2, we know it does have good tracking. It's going to be difficult for you to deal with this stance. We feel like, but there is also a low button with a 3+4. Show us that low.
3+4. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Hey, go for that throw as well, which is pretty good. Hey.
There you go.
Yeah, 4-4-2 into the 3+4. Oh, that is good. My buttons are there, and you see that it's actually it is plus, but it's launch punishment, heavily launch punishment. If you do the low, actually I'll do the low. There we go, and you see that it's -29.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
absolutely crazy. So yeah, -29, but it is a low that you're going to run. It's got a lot of evasion.
Yes.
And a couple of more moves we're going to talk about. Sentai stance, Sentai 2, which is a safe mid check. So it's -4, but on hit, you know, it's going to do some good damage and it gives you that +8. So I mean, this has a lot of things as well as a throw, which pins you down and may give you a guaranteed hit with a Sentai 1+3.
And just to mention, actually, the Sentai throw cannot be broken. It has to be ducked. Yeah.
Oh,
so
what the
there is
fuck?
a lot of mix-up potential, ladies and lads, when it comes to the Sentai stance, and there are
You
ways
have to duck
get
it?
into it. As you mentioned, the most common ways probably
I like
forward
Kuni
4-2.
more, yeah.
Just like Lydia, as you mentioned, there's a lot of contrast
Bring
between
Kuni back.
Reina and Lydia, right? Forward 4-2 into Sentai, and you know, we've been watching some people like, well, this seems to be like a good move. That I feel like a lot of people are going to use the forward 4-2, and even on its own, it is safe, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's talk about her
actually transitioned into the Rave Dash, and it has a lot of good moves from it, right?
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the most interesting ones. One which is a tracking high move, and it also has a mid option out there. So if you try to, if you block that one, you try to interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but apparently they're changing the game before the full version, so I could easily see. I could easily see Jim being nerfed by time of the run.
Ladies and lads, this one kind of blew our mind a little bit. The political storm. Oh my God, Bubsy.
Political storm.
If you look here, it is while standing 4, and look at the time you have to hit confirm it.
Yep.
That is all guaranteed.
Yeah, all guaranteed. Such a good
thing. Wait, that's a mid or a low?
That is all. If you look here, it is while standing 4.
How are both of those mids? How is that a mid? This does not look like a mid. This looks exactly like her low from earlier. Dude. Huh? This looks like you hit with the leg. Even that this punch looks like it's very clearly a low, because you had that low earlier. Like, how are all these mids?
The time you have to hit confirm it.
Yep.
And then one of them is high.
Yeah, all guaranteed.
Oh my God, that's so cheap. Like, why is that one high?
That is all guaranteed.
Yeah, all guaranteed. Such a good thing to, such a good move and
looks like
string
I made
that
to
she
me.
can use. And on top of that, after that stance, of course, we got the on-socket stance where, she can get heat back when she's in heat, and it has evasion
what
to
the
it.
Fuck?
There's, in heaven, when you have heat engaged, and if you try to hit me with a move now high, Bubsy, do something like go. You see that it has an inbuilt parry, right? So, look, Reina is very, very deep. We could sit here all day, Bubsy, and talk about Reina, but unfortunately, we haven't got all day, and we hope that you're able to learn a little bit about Reina, and we will be back with some more character breakdowns of other characters.
Yes, we will.
But before that, we're going to be getting into the exhibition. Ladies and lads.
What other characters did they break down? Also, did they say anything interesting and anything else? Victor? Yeah, but they said they'll do more character breakdowns. And that was the last one. John? I see John.
The future streams that seem used.
Getting into our next.
Well, I might play her too.
Right. Which actually coming back from you and is in game. Yeah.
It's a big statement.
It is a big statement, but when I show you some of the moves, we're going to see.
I'm not gonna
why.
hear
So
people whine about a character being
so yeah, she
broken
has a lot of
before the game is out and before
her
anyone has played the final
punishment
version.
is amazing. Her combo damage is amazing. She really doesn't lack much, right? And we're going to talk about some of the stuff that she does lack, but we'll go straight into it. So if you just walk forward, Bubsy, I'm going to show you her 10 frame punishes. Her punishes 1-2, right, for 10 frame, but actually the crazy one is up forward 1. Look at the damage for that. It's a wall flat as well, up forward 1. But you notice, if you look at my health when I do that move, she takes chip damage. And
Dude, the
she
red
has a couple
costume looks so much
stances
better.
Like do I have my buttons there? I don't actually. Let me do my buttons quickly. She has a couple of stances where she's really a lot about the
I can fix him.
damage. A lot about chip damage. She can heal her chip damage. She can also deal chip damage as well. So you'll see in this situation here, right? So I'm in heat. A lot of moves that do chip damage when you see the light, it doesn't deal chip to me, also recover a lot of health from her
was
heat,
that?
Heat smash as well. Chip to you. Moves that do chip damage when you see the light. It doesn't deal chip to me, but it'll deal chip to you. So yeah, you also recover a lot of health from her heat smash as well. So we'll just continue talking about her punishment a little bit. She has for 10 frames, she has this, and you're always going to be wanting to use
hell
up
sweep?
one pretty much, because you can always get that heat back, right? But for 13 frame, you have back for 2, which is, you know, I think sometimes hit confirmable as well. Okay. For 12 frame, you have this forward 1+2, which is a little bit weird, right? But it's 2-1. Yeah, it goes. It's like it's a weird, but you won't use it much. For 12 frame, you can use 2-1, and it gives you some good plus frames. For 14 frame, you do have back 2-2.
In case you were curious, no, we cannot make infinite clones of you because of the stupid rules of quantum mechanics. Only once you die can we take your atoms and recreate your body for continued perpetual testing.
You cannot launch it. You have to use this string because her fastest launches are the hop kick over here, and also she has the down forward 2. She has the down forward 2, which is punishable as well.
Both 16.
Yeah, both 16, yeah, so that's the thing. But then, of course, she has the classic Kazama forward 2. She does have an extension if you block right now, and see that she has the, you block. She has forward 2 into the 1+2, which makes it safe, but then it doesn't become a launcher, right? Okay. And it deals chip damage to yourself, as you can see. Both characters take chip. Chip damage seems to be really the aim of the game when it comes to Jun. I feel like when I played her a lot, and she's able to, if you just block, certain moves like the running one, like this running one, it does a lot of chip damage. Hang on, see that? You know,
it's both parties, right?
What was it? Oh, sorry, forward 1+2. Forward 1+2. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, forward 1+2, and it does a lot of not running 1+2. And in heat, it won't do any chip to yourself, and it's +5. Right?
It's interesting how this works.
Yeah, very good pressure tools. Talking about other pressure tools, forward 4. Forward 4 is a classic homing move.
These lasers should provide a fun change of pace. Please be aware that some test elements may only be functional in one timeline.
If you try to mash off the forward 4, Bubsy, as well, magic or into this. She is one of the few characters that still keep that counter hit pressure with a 12-frame magic 4. So again, she has so many tools, right? We're thinking about it. Counter hits as well. If I'm in go to key charge, do the full like this, that's guaranteed. The launcher. She has a 14-frame while standing launcher.
We actually found out yesterday. We was a little bit surprised there.
We were a little bit surprised. Her punishment is amazing. While standing while standing, crouch, while standing 4. You know, she also has a 10-frame Bubsy. Okay. 10-frame. Look at this.
And is that a down 1 extension?
Yeah, it's just basically just full crouch down or 1+2. Yeah.
Wait, so this should be the full version, right? So whatever is in this should stay, probably. Unless this launch day patch.
It's special mid because it's a down jump, right? Oh, okay. So that's the thing. So it's more, I guess more, yeah, special low.
Which one was the 12-frame counter hit launcher?
In terms of a punishment, we haven't got a lot.
Is that while standing 1+2?
Besides step 4, engager. You know, it's also a launcher on hits when you walk forward in heat. If I do the dash, cool. You know, and then she can get the full combo. But they made her so much stronger.
How do we know it's not the full version?
We know that she has strings, like she has multiple stances, the Miyare stance, she has where she can do a little projectile. She has the Izumo and Genjutsu stances as well, like that you can do from this this spinning move, which is plus, and put you into a lot of hits, hell sweeps, and man, she just has, it seems like she really does have everything, Bubsy, and a lot of people are going to be using her. She has, she has these lows, down back 2,
Leo
down
was
back
missing
3,
moves
which is new, down 4, which has a ton of range if you just stay back, Bubsy. If you just, it's surprising how much range it has. Look at the range, you know? Crazy range that Jun Kazama has, and
that's down 4?
That's down 4, yeah.
She's a mix-up character? I thought she would be more of like a
defensive. It's -1, it doesn't give you plus range, but it has an extension if you try to punish the down 4, Bubsy.
Like, are her stances good for mix-ups, or are they more like counter stances?
Try to punch and you get hit by that, of course. So yeah, a lot of very solid moves and more carriers.
Great. By now, you might be wondering how it is possible to hear these automated messages, regardless of which timeline you're in. We implanted a small device directly into your brain.
On the top of my
that way,
list too.
you can hear these messages. As
I
if
felt
they
like
were the
from her
voice of your
trailer,
own
she seemed like she was
conscience.
less animated.
Well,
like her like
practically
spider
are,
senses look kind of
considering
weird.
how much of your cerebral cortex we had to remove to make this work.
I have to try her. I also heard Safina's movement is no longer that good. I hope it's still like the best. At least.
You're going to be seeing a lot of these guys picking this character.
Why would you say that is?
I think just because she has great poke pressure, she has a great jab, she has a down forward one, she has this back two string, which in the past, if you duck the second hit, Bubsy, it was a high, but now she has back 2-2, which tracks to her weak side, and it's safe and blocked, you know? So if you're trying to sidestep right, it's safe, you know? I'll do jab and sidestep right. Yeah. Tracks to her weak side, right? So it's a safe mid string, which is very rare in Tekken. And homing moves as well, you know, forward, we were talking about, down forward, 3. Bubsy's a mid, it knocks down.
It's got amazing range right there.
Laser's only on in the future?
Forward one. Guys, we're not going to be able to go through all of it, but I mean, her stances, she can mix you up like crazy. Going forward one into this. You know, she has like a ton of different things, right? So yeah, just in general, Bubsy, I feel like,
I thought,
you know,
okay, so her stances are actually mixed
is going to be a very dangerous character.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm actually probably looking to play Jun, you know. I'm going to make this vow to myself. I've always, I think since Tekken Tag 2, I've like, Jun's not really a character for me, but just seeing the way you've been playing, I've been watching a couple matches, it looks like a really interesting, very poke-heavy character. You know, I like my poke-heavy characters, so it's definitely one that I want to try, definitely one that I am very, very interested in getting my hands on when the game launches.
Yeah, well, that was a look at Jun Kazama, and of course, that character was available into play in the closed network test as well as the beta, so I'm sure a lot of people have been able to play, but I really feel like that character is going to be very, very strong. But talking about characters that I think is going to be very, very strong, ladies and lads, our next showcase of the character is going to be Ling Xiaoyu. So let's have a look at the Ling Xiaoyu trailer.
Let me look at Victor as well.
Waited long enough. Let's. What else are you going to be using when you play with that Senna?
I'll watch Senna too.
She tries to do some.
I'm interested in playing her too because she seems fun. But I've already seen some guys on her.
So I really like the personality and the look of the character, but when I first saw the trailer, I was thinking, cool character, probably not for me. Okay. But then I got to play her on you know, the location tests here and there, because I've traveled a lot. I got to play her in was she CMT? She was on the CMT. Yeah. So I played her in the CMT, and I thought she's a lot more fun to me than I expected. Right. It's still not going to be my main or whatever, but I think I'll pick her from time to time. She's definitely interesting. And yeah.
So talk to us a bit about her game. What do you think? What's the aim when playing Ansel? What's kind of the thing you want to do, right? All right. So let's talk about some of the key. That puts us into the key moves, right? So running 3-2, right? That's I guess what everyone's been talking about. So talk to us a little bit about running 3-2. Show us.
So there, running 3-2, especially I'm showing you the wrong screen.
There's no way this move stays, right? This move seems fucking busted.
The thing is, if you do sidestep it, she just goes flying. So it's quite hard to get a punch sometimes. So sometimes you try to step it, the high clips you. So you're going to sidestep and then duck, which is something not a lot of people are ready for, I would say.
Okay. And it also gels on block, right?
And yeah, on block, it gels, so you can't just duck the high. And it's just +5.
Yeah.
So, they made it instant while running moves a lot easier in Tekken 8. So it's going to be a mix up between she just does it again, or she tries to do something that stops you, because +5 she can just do a jab that you won't be able to step them.
Okay. So I mean, everyone knows. I mean, that playing the CBT, unless you're living under a rock, that move is really good. But I mean, what else are you going to be using when you're playing with Azucena? Because you can't just use that move alone, right?
I mean, you could, but she has a lot more. She definitely has a lot more. So I like using a 1-1. Okay. It's safe, and on hit it transitions into a stance.
Okay.
It's how plus is it? It's +8. Yeah.
+8.
That is very chunky +8.
Yeah. So she goes into her stance, which don't know dodges, but if you're +8, you probably want to go for an option. She has a fat health sweep, you know.
Okay, show me.
Boom, boom.
Wow.
Stance. 32 damage, decent knockdown. You can run up and do some Oki, whatever. Nothing guaranteed. Running 3-2 on Oki is pretty decent. I'm going to talk about that move lots.
Okay, what would be the mix-up then, you know, the mid option if you're going to start it, you know, you're looking out for the hell sweep?
So, heat engage.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I don't believe you can interrupt that, because you jabbed me and I tried to do that. Yeah, so even as +8, you can't interrupt that.
I'm going to Genesis, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
the stance. Okay. I think you can do up to down forward 1-4. Just, I'll be raw, I don't know the input. Okay. Is it free or forward free? Yeah, forward free also gets her into the stance. So if they want to press after it, it's quite tricky. You don't expect it because there's also a follow-up. Just like, do I mash to delay to see if she's going to do the follow-up? Like,
yeah, so there's a mix-up right there, right? It's mental frames. My God, see, I was in Korea at the time of the beta, so I don't really get to play as a like that. But looking at this now, you're kind of teaching me, right? And I'm seeing this, and I'm like, damn, the mix-up potential of the character is pretty sick, man. It's pretty
she's good. She's definitely good.
But one thing that I like to talk about, though, to see how good a character is, punishment.
Yeah.
What's some punishment like?
So punishment, like I said, 10 frames get 1-1 into the free mix-up. There seems to be a lot of that in Tekken 8, like 10 frames into mix-up. But she also has a 1-2 that's just a straight up mix-back, which is pretty good. I think you can also go into back turn if you want to use that as a different kind of mix-up. Two types of plus range into mix-up with 10 frames.
I'm not sure what I think about her pants.
Good. What else you got?
I think it's 4-1.
Like her jeans or whatever.
So maybe if the 1-2 doesn't have the best range, this will do it for you. That goes quite a bit further.
And then from back turn, I guess she has like some
So from back turn, she has this mid where you have to press on the...
Things are about to get a little more complicated in the next chamber. But don't lose hope. Think about this.
It's not a real just.
As long as you don't see your own corpse lying in the future, it is safe to assume that you solved the chamber sometime during the last 20 years.
I'm just mashing the punch.
Okay, fair enough.
Coming out.
Yo, Liam, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you for the 8 months.
I believe she has like a strong low. I'm trying to find inputs for it. She has this to beat down jabs, so she'll jump over the down jab. She can also just there's a like swing away. Right. I can't lie. It's been a while since I played this CBT, but despite the accusations, it's been a while. I don't really remember. She could sidestep from back then like Ling as well.
Okay.
It's also tied to an input. It's not just up and downs. But we can talk about some more interesting moves she has. Right? Down back 3. Puts her in back turn is a +4 low. So pretty decent if you want to do the back turn stuff. Jab also. That's decent at the roll.
Her feet acceptable size. Yeah, her shoes look normal.
Okay. For standing moves.
I'm not a huge fan of the red player shoes, but I think the like boot
But it's just good range.
on the left here look good.
Yeah, and it just knocks down on normal hits, so you get a good wall spat from that.
Right, okay.
My favorite Azucena move. I don't think it's that good, but it's so fun to use.
It is interesting that like almost no characters in this game have white pants.
It's 1+2.
Okay.
This
I feel like they look so good though in this game. Like like the Tekken
so you like at the start of
the
the round,
Tekken Mishima pants.
on the hit, I can't do it.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, that wow.
It's such a classic.
It's like it's not evasion, it's actual crush.
It's a crush,
which
yeah.
is different from
The balloon pants.
That's a high? It's a high?
It is a high.
Yeah, because we. Been out of date, like not always, but especially recently has been very like very unfashionable.
In terms of punishment, moving on,
Like anytime a character tries to dress modern, it just looks weird.
She just has straight down for 2. It's one of the unsafe ones because it launches crouches.
I think the best ones are when they
I think it's 13. That's
just like do retro styles, like, or they do something like completely different.
Fancy combo.
I'm not on him, so.
Like Reina's third ult, like traditional.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like the defaults for a lot of new characters just look really bad.
It's decent, man. So
They're just like over designed. But I think a lot of the alts look good.
So for while standing, she also has a while standing 2, -13, same thing.
Like you can't say that Azucena, like this Azucena color. I think both of them look pretty trashy. Like not bad, but like it's like almost at a like I think especially on the right here. I think if she didn't have like yoga pants, I think it could have been sick. There's like something missing. Just like something. Like it's almost a really cool traditional design.
It's not natural, okay.
Not natural.
Okay.
That's -20.
I think on the left it just looks a little trashy. Looks like Florida white trash wear. I know she's not from Florida. Don't worry.
High evasion. But it's not a punish. Okay.
It looks like what a character in like GTA would wear.
Full crouch down for 3. She can do
Yeah, the new Kimberly Alt is really cool.
12 frames. And it's unbreakable in this game. Into heat, so really good.
Yeah, the ripped jeans look really weird.
So as a punish, that's pretty decent. Yeah. But I guess that brings
And then she just has a bra and a golden jacket. It's just, yeah.
And on counter hits, guarantees the
That's it. I like the shoes though.
That's really, really good. Like, boom, into the floor. At least I think it does.
Let's see if we can do it on pad though, man. There we go. Hey.
There we go.
Damage, man.
50 into heat. After running 3-2.
So, I mean, what's the game plan? We talk about a little bit about punishment, a few pokes here and there.
She is a bad guy, true.
1-4 as well, as like a jailing string, you know.
Yeah, like it doesn't look like much, but the fact that you can't duck it is very jarring. And there's 2 follow-ups to it.
Okay.
There's the high, which is a counter launch, I believe.
Okay, let's look at it and then smash. Oh,
Go
okay.
counter launch.
Yeah.
And if they try to
Okay, and then smash. Oh.
Dude, that down for 1 string seems so broken.
and if they try to duck it, there's this mid. But the mid can be interrupted by them jabbing, which then becomes a case of if they jab, then you hit them with it.
Right, that's it. And then, yeah, I think that's the mix-up, right?
That's the mix-up. Like I said, she can go to the stance, but I'm trying to figure out how, and it's not coming.
But the down forward 1-4 in general, it seems like a really good move. The fact that it's a 13 frame mid, down forward 1. And what's down forward 1? It's -3. It's not bad as a down forward 1.
Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah.
It's decent. The range is the second. It's not amazing, but it looks a lot worse than it is. It's an okay down forward 1. And the fact that you have options, you can do the high. It's -7, but the follow-up is so really that's one of the moves you're gonna use the most. I think also a 2-1 because we were talking about how jabs on are good for punishment, but like you're not really gonna do 1-1 because it's -9, and 1-2 itself is unsafe. But if you want to do a jab string, you go for 2-1. It's only -3, high mid, and there's a follow-up that's delayable. I don't think that does anything again.
Okay. But I mean, jab pokes seem to, you know, obviously you're a guy that loves your jabs, your down for ones. I mean, you're looking at this now. What are you thinking about this?
I'm thinking definitely very, very strong. I like the mix-up heading when she goes into the stance. This is one of the things I'm starting to learn a lot more. I haven't actually been playing stance characters, so it's actually something I'm interested to get into in Tekken 8, seeing how I can actually mix up these stances. Maybe I will give Azucena a try.
I mean, Azucena's story is like is miserable. Does this game have
Wait,
drip?
what?
I don't know if I would say it has drip. It has some cool characters though.
Wait, can we sync it up though?
Alright, one.
She's doing something.
Wait, punch it, man. Stop. Okay. Well,
Leroy has drip. Okay, Leroy has drip.
Let's just wait. We're gonna wait and see if she starts. Wait.
I mean, she has a fun idle stance. They're not doing the same thing. We're synced up, but they're not doing the same.
They're not doing the same thing, yeah. And they're not dancing either.
I'm actually starting to bob and weave a little bit myself. There we go.
It's on. Let's go.
Could you ever hit this?
Me? Yeah. Why do you do? No, I'm joking. Don't.
I don't think the Kazuya suit is drippy.
Thank you very much, man. I mean, just a final word. Strength of character. You know, effectiveness in tournament. What do you think?
I think she'll be very good. She's.
I think
straightforward,
Victor
yes,
almost.
has a lot of tricks in her bag.
I think Victor is almost drippy, but he just like his like weapon looks weird. If his weapon didn't look so out of place, he would be drippy as fuck.
Maybe that. Okay. Oh, that's falling.
You can't be like a janky tech guy and still be drippy.
I was with Tasty Steve in Thailand in a main cafe, and then we were just like, you know what, we need, like, this is crazy, man, but we saw the trailer, and I was with also Roma, we were like a lot of the Koreans, Mario, CBM, Ulsan, and everything stopped. We just looked at our phones and just started looking at this trailer. No one knew what was going on, what they're getting so hyped about, and man, it was just amazing, and definitely a character that I feel like Bubsy, that right now, the whole Tekken world wants to see. And I'll tell you what, who better to take us through that
Haran looks a lot better. I think in general the characters look they look so much better than they did in 8. 7. I really didn't like the character design of almost any character, but like Kunimitsu and Safina in 7.
You know, he's sick, but you know what else is sick? It's sick. Victor Chevalier, bro. Talk to us a little bit about that, Ghost. I mean, you've had a little bit of a chance to play the character.
Yeah, definitely, bro. So Victor Chevalier also
Right,
known
because
as
it changes.
the Phantom Raven.
Okay.
Yeah. Distinguished gentleman himself. You can see he's got quite an impressive arsenal of like he's got a whole dagger, or daggers rather. He's got a katana. This guy's got a pistol. This guy's got everything, man. He looks pretty dope. I think what I really like about him is that he's quite similar to how what I really resonate with when I play attacking character. Good counter hit tools, decent generic tools, and really annoying lows to deal with.
Okay, well let's start off with just your.
Victor's pretty high on my list to play too.
On the character, what do you think about strength? I mean, this character strong.
So I feel like the character can excel if you have really good timing. If you really focus on timing, if you're able to get your good counter hits in, and you have really good reads. He's got really good moves that are very evasive, and they deal decent damage as well. Like I said.
Okay.
We can go over those key moves as well.
Yeah, we will. Wait, straight into the key moves. Let's go into it. Yeah, like you said that there's some moves you like. What you like?
One move that I really like when I was playing this character, Victor, is
It's gonna be so funny that I'm gonna be sitting and playing this game at fucking Frosty with Hotel Wi-Fi.
Counter hit launcher, and it's got really huge pushback on blocks. So if you stop.
Can you key charge and show us the counter?
Yeah, sure.
Gotta do the buttons, of course. You gotta do the buttons. You know what I'm saying? All right, we got. Boom. And wow.
How fast is that? 1+2?
Do it again. Do it again.
Is he like Kuni? How is he like Kuni?
So like I said, when it comes to Victor, really focus on timing. He can really excel, and he can, output decent amounts of damage in regards to that as well.
And it is safe on block. It has a lot of push.
I'm so sad Kuni's not in. She's easily my favorite Tekken character. She's like a perfect Tekken character for me. Just that
This is something that I really like.
she's in 7.
Victor in general. Right. Another move that I think is really good, or that is quite is okay, is average, is downfall. Downfall is a counter hit throw. Although it is minus some hits, this is the one move that is consistently tracking for me.
You keep jabbing and I'm trying to.
Yeah, sure. This move, downfall, this is the main move that you're going to be using in general.
She's the perfect Tekken character for me.
It's really consistent in just trying to track the opponent. Like I said, with the right timing, if you have a timing in, you get the hit throw as well. 30 damage.
And a lot of people like to sidestep buttons, so I think that might get counter hit quite often, considering it's tracking, right?
Definitely.
And it's just one of those annoying lows, you know what I'm saying? Like, he does give you plus.
Her redesign was so cool from 7.
Just like I mentioned before, when it comes to annoying your opponent, you're going to be having these lows right here, and it's just like, well, this is minus a hit, you're just going to keep doing it, right? It's jarring.
Was she that popular in 7?
Another thing that I really like about Victor as well is his poke game. So although it's not as strong in comparison to other characters, you can see there are.
Yeah, I feel like Victor's more of a Noctis replacement than anything.
Reminder about Noctis and Kuni, etc.
Yeah, but it could be like 3 years before Kuni comes back.
Damage 1-1 you can see is quite similar to Noctis Damage 1+2. This is a move that you can kind of throw out in the neutral. It's safe, it's a good check as well. 14 frame mid check. It's just good to just throw out here and there. And it can also go into his one of his stances. A few more stances, but we'll go on. Another move that I like to use as well.
I mean, the chance that she's gonna be coming back, and then also that she's gonna be good, is pretty small, I think. I feel like Reina took a little bit of her design too, at least from the jacket design. Like her like pant, like the shirt under and the shorts look very similar to Kuni.
But when it comes to homing moves, that homing move is quite strong in just trying to.
I hope she comes back though. I feel like Armor King is coming before her though.
It kind of reminds you a little bit of Ling's homing move, Ling Xiaoyu, where you can very easily run into it, and on counter here you can confirm that you can get that nice string that you did.
It'd be cool if she like joined. If she joined like the Victor clan or like the Assassin's Guild, and then she has like some upgraded weapons and tech, because she has that like cyberpunk design. Like it'd be cool if that was her new like one design, like costume 1, and then she has the old costume as an alternate. Because she is kind of a ninja. Like she could work as an assassin.
I think it goes up to 12 frames next. 12 frame is 3-1+2. 3-1+2 is is high, 12 frame, 30 damage as well. It leaves you at +5 too. So again, you can frame trap with like down forward 2, for example. Going into his, I think he also has 222. So 222 is also a 12 frame punish, and it leaves you into his second stance, which is EI.
Is this what you're saying is Kuni's move?
Later again.
That's a 12 frame punish weapon.
Yeah.
Oh my god, and you get to know a shot as well to the cloud.
Shot. So it looks pretty cool as well. That's probably the main punish that I'm going to be using because it just looks dope.
Is Ana super popular?
And for 13, right, we got
13, he's got down forward 1-1. Obviously, this is like the punish.
I like how some of his moves look.
Okay. 4-3. This is going to be your main
I really like good movement in Tekken games. Movement is my favorite part about like 3D games compared to 2D.
pretty decent.
Yeah, pretty decent. That's going to be your, I guess, since a lot of launches are usually -13, having this 4-3, bit chunky number, 32 damage or something, it's not bad, right?
When it comes to his 14, he's got, I think it's 4-4-1. 4-4-1 is his 14 frame punish, and there's your heat region as well. So 4-4, he can see as well, it's got peaky damage. It leaves you in a good situation to where he can just throw out his heat moves and such as well. So.
Yeah, quote from Anaman69.
Oh, you need a block for the button.
I feel like Nina is like the least popular character I've ever seen. I've never heard anyone talk about Nina. She's in the beta. I've never seen anyone play her. Never seen a single piece of tech about Nina.
4-4-2 and 4-4-1. If you don't want to go into heat, then you have 4-4-2 to opt into. Yeah, I'd rather just spend the heat and go for the heat engages.
Right. And now we can get into the fun stuff, right? We've gone from 10 frames, 12, 13, 14, now 15. So what have we got for 15, Jose?
So we've got two different ones. We've got down for 2. So it's down for 2 is normal.
Oh yeah, he has the generic down for 2.
Sample combo.
Yeah.
He's also got upward 4. Upward 4. This one has got quite a significant amount of range as well. So if I just like go back a little bit, so you can see it's got decent range.
Yeah, he kind of propels himself forward, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of like a hop kick, but did I see that it was launch punishable?
Yes, yeah, it is launch punishable. So and his down for 2 is also -14. So it's not one that you're just gonna be thrown out very often.
What are the chances Arsenal's gonna play waifu again?
It is a weapon as well. So and his up forward 4 is actually a knee. So in regards to like parrying or reversals, you're not gonna be able to parry this character at all. I don't think anyone's gonna be thinking about parrying.
It is crazy. He just never picks the dudes.
Yeah, yeah. Like mid checks like that, you're not gonna be thinking about parrying or reversals. But yeah.
That's
I mean, not never, but very rare.
Talking about other stuff.
Because in most fighting games, the girls are not top tier that often.
I feel like with Victor, there's a few things that are going to be a bit jarring.
Yeah, it's just
like
a preference. It's not like a law.
When it comes to his punishment as well, he does have.
Oh, knee only picks dudes? That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, back 3-1. So back 3-1.
That's the
This is gonna be
goats.
like your death fist punish. You can see the amount of range that it has. Like, look at the
Range, dude. The range back 3-1 I-17, guys. That is death fist. Just show us again.
Dude, I knew it was like a heavy preference when I watched Arslan. Like I searched him up on YouTube, and I fucking I saw him do what's it called?
And long range punisher. I think he also has 4-4-2, right?
4-4-2. So
I saw that he played 3 girl characters in KOF.
Later as well with 4-4-2. But with this move, obviously it is a I-19 when you dash in. So I-19 at its fastest is -16. However, it has got crazy pushback. So it's going to be quite hard. As you can see, it is another launcher as well. Yeah. So you can really get
I like a lot of the girl characters in Tekken just because they have better movement.
Yes, 4-4-2. So again, one of those moves that I'm sure that when I'm playing against people, they usually.
I like a lot of the girl designs in a lot of games, but they just rarely end up being top tier. So I don't get. I almost only main guys in all the games I play. Like awful.
How are you feeling about these new characters? You know, Spice Point down there, down below, discord.gg/Red Bull UK. Get involved. That's what we want you guys.
Ender 21 was fucking horrible when I played her.
The answers to these pictures that you're going to be seeing, right? Can you guys guess correctly?
I don't
Those tickets to the launch party next week. But let's carry on with the Victor. Now we've talked about kind of his punishment from standing. What about while standing punishment?
So
Do I
obviously
put
I-11, while standing 4.
the present cube on here?
Gives you a decent amount of plus frame.
Yep.
You know?
When it comes to his while standing
I
punishment
can't
isn't
wait
really the
to like
best.
just like fucking indulge in
You've just got that,
Tekken so
up
much
to,
during
I think it's
February.
-15. From -15, then you've also got just
Just like learn everything about this. If I like this game, I might compete in it.
Really like Raven, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be
It really looks like it's gonna be a really fucking amazing game. Like even if the competitive side isn't perfect, like it just looks like such a good game. So much polish, so many good features. Looks so fucking crazy good. Yeah, I just hope the netcode's good.
I mean, you also have this as well. Sorry, I forgot to mention. Whilst on in 1+2, whilst on in 1+2 is actually a 13 frame. So you got 11, then 13, then 15.
Okay.
You're not going to really be using whilst on in 2 as a punish for I-14. It's mainly just going to be whilst on in 2.
But whilst on in 2, is it safe?
Whilst on in 2 is safe.
Man, safe can't hit launcher, 14 frames. Wow.
It's really like Raven.
It's like Raven, right? Yeah.
They're both, you know, part of the Raven unit.
They have a special intro as well, right? We saw.
Oh, thanks so much for
Yeah,
Prime.
I was too busy dancing in the trailer. I forgot that bit.
Crazy, man. Okay, but the whilst on in
Yeah, Sweet has a good player too in Tekken.
that looks like it's homing, right?
Yeah, whilst on in 1, it looks like it's homing as well, yeah?
Yeah.
It is launch punishable, however, so this is a move that you don't want to be throwing out too often.
It's like Kazuya's whilst on in 2, right?
Definitely. It is -16, but it does, you can get a decent combo out of it as well. And it has decent damage as well.
That's a big chunk.
Yeah, definitely. So that's going to be his whilst on in punishment there.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
Go into it, man.
You need it.
That's right.
So heat engages are going to be his main ones, and I think this is one of his key moves as well that you're going to be using.
Right.
It's down 2.
They didn't really do heat moves
I-18 heat engager.
for what's she called, Reina.
Heat as well. So down to heat. It does become a launcher if it connects.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You can dash off. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Whoa! Whoa!
That was his heat smash. His heat smash looks like
Down 2?
And then press forward, yeah.
So that was a launcher there. He's also got, that's a move that you're going to be using quite often as well. This is going to be like, it's an I-18, it's a quick mid to be fair, 0 on block as well, and it leaves you in a decent situation to where you can be just checking in with like down 4 and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, just a really annoying stuff that you can get.
I need to talk to some Tekken players and give me the facts straight when I start playing Tekken. Like, is she bad? Is she bad?
That's a quick move for something that does good. Normally it's kind of the more heavier moves, right? That do the chip damage, but here we've got like this. Yeah, you're right, Gustin. This seems like it's going to be one of the key moves to use if you're playing Victor, right?
So like I said, when it comes to Victor as well, unfortunately, with one of his weaknesses being his while standing options, another weakness is also his tracking. So when it comes to down 2, you're going to be able to step that very easily. So this is something to be looking out for against Victor as well.
Okay.
Another move that also shows this, and is a prime example of this, is forward 1+2. Okay. Forward 1+2 is another heat engager that he has.
Yeah, I'll be taking coaching and shit like that to improve on this game.
My face is...
Do that. Bro, what is that
damage? However, it is slow. One of the things that I've realized when playing Victor a little bit is that you have to be very committal with this character. Right. There has to be a lot of moves that you have to commit to. But what's interesting is that Victor also forces the opponent to commit to certain.
I don't know too many high-level Tekken players.
If you want to step this, or if you want to. Frames all the time. He's a character where you kind of have to, you know, if you have a read, then you have to go for it.
So we want to talk a little bit about the crushing abilities of this character too, because certain characters like the Mishimas have very good high moves, the electrics, someone like Steve with the back one. Does he have any good high crush options?
Yeah, definitely. So one of them is Damak 3. So Damak 3 is a high crushing, I think it's a high as well. Yeah, high launcher.
Wow.
High counter hit launcher rather, and it does knock down as well on normal hit too.
So that would wall splat as well, right?
Essentially, yeah. When it comes to jab checking against this character, it's going to be quite difficult trying to jab check in general.
Can't do that.
Jab check, yeah, right, no, that is not the jab check. Okay.
Wow, that was clean.
Is also another
That looks like a Kuni move.
When it comes to Victor, if you have a good timing and you know you have a good read.
But that one's not very. That one's a stance move in Kuni, or like a follow-up string.
Right. Like I previously mentioned, you have to commit to certain things.
I got to purple ranks, like Emperor or whatever, in like pretty quick time in Tekken. A few weeks.
So, like I said, when it comes to Victor, you have to be on
I play mostly Safina, but I like Kuni the most. I played Kuni when she came out a little bit.
We can finish off the. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you want to show us some of his stances before we?
Yeah, sure. I just want to finish off the heating gauges first. I think some of the heating gauges are in the stances, so that's perfect. So another heating gauge comes from his perfumer stance. So as you know, with Kunimitsu, Tekken 7.
Oh yeah, I was pretty good with. Dude, it was so funny because first I played Kazumi, and then I got to a pretty high rank, and then people were like, "Oh my god, I can't fucking believe you play Kazumi. She's so basic. You don't even have to learn anything about the character. You're so carried by playing a basic character." And this wasn't even Kazumi was top tier. And then, I picked Safina, and they're like, "Oh my god, she's so complicated. She's just cheese. You're just carried."
I forgot what it's called actually. I think perfumer stance. So you do it by the same.
You can't win, bro.
Forward 3. Okay. Forward 3 allows you to go into quick options. So perfumer 1 is going to be a -13 low that low crushes.
Yeah, the Tekken gatekeeping stuff is the worst. It's gonna be bad, I think, now. For Tekken 8. Oh, you're only good at Tekken 8 because it requires no skill compared to Tekken 7. All the fundamentals of movement mattered.
Another move that is really interesting and is a heat engager of Victor as well is perfumer.
Oh, that makes me realize. Aren't we gonna be able to play Under Night tomorrow if you buy it on PS4?
It's -8, but it's not as bad when you're trying to go for, like I said, it's a risk reward with this character. You have to be very committal, and it is. I don't think it's so bad.
Dude, my tag on Twitter on Steam is still XX_Mishima main _XX because of how cringe Mishima mains were back in the day.
What's quite interesting with this is you can actually go into full crouch from his perfumer stance.
Gatekeeping only exists if you can't look away from Twitter. Dude, bro, I stream the game, man, and I compete in the game. Twitch chats for Tekken is so bad.
Can you wave dash like that? Yeah. So I mean, you can keep canceling the songs.
Let's see.
Tekken just has not as bad anymore, but at least before, it just has the worst online community of all time.
Congratulations.
Just start your offense and try to get in as quick as possible. Right.
The offline community is really cool, but I do really think that if Tekken 8 wants to like grow and have a healthy scene, you have to realize that online is a massive part of most people's introduction to games, right? Like if the game is fucking toxic online, it's gonna be toxic to 99% of newcomers, right?
We tried many times to open a passage to the future, but this connection
Dota is so much better online.
years from now
Like
is the only
Dota
one
makes
stable
sense
enough
because it's
to last
you know,
longer than a
it's
few
not the Twitch chat that is
microseconds.
Dota Twitch chat is just memes. Tekken is just hate. It's not even memes. It's not even jokes. It's just hate. It's so weird. It's just gatekeeping and hate.
But yeah, he does have plenty of options that allow you to go into perfumer stance.
For the most part, like if you watch a lot of the Tekken tournaments, it's just people saying like fluky stun, so carried, shit like that. And I like how this guy was like, no, Tekken isn't all hate by starting to hate.
One thing about this character, I guess, similar to Noctis, where you're not going to be able to down jab.
Dumbass.
Yeah, you don't have any down jabs. His down one is this.
Yeah, fluky stun is kind of a meme now, but the fact that it was a serious thing people said before was insane.
His lows aren't really the best. They're just really annoying to deal with. Right.
Like it started as a serious thing.
If you get hit by the first hit, you can't duck the second hit, right?
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I also want to go into
No, it's not just the big community, man. No.
EI stance, you can just do it manually via 2+4.
No.
You can also do it by 2+2.
Dude, Tekken just has like the worst moderation of all time.
The second half of this testing course is located below you. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
no
I agree that
elevator
it's an
can take
offline,
you there,
like the offline
so
community
you
is
will
good,
have
but I
to
do
take the
really think
stair.
people need to remember that online community is still a massive, is still the majority of people's experience with the community.
That works too.
Your main tail spin to use in certain situations when you just want a quick tail spin.
Like, you can't compare like a game like League or Dota where you play with people and you're naturally going to be talking towards your teammates to 1v1 games. You're not even allowed to complain about the game if you're a quote-unquote outsider for Tekken. You're only allowed to complain about the game if you like main a Mishima or you're Korean. That's why me, a half Korean, I'm going to main Reina, except I'll be called a waifu bullshitter playing Reina. Mayman, dude, it's so crazy that Mayman is hated. And like, you ask someone why is he hated, and he just doesn't have like a controversy. He doesn't have anything that makes him.
Turns out, that was a lie. There is a bigger picture here. Your test might be the most important one ever conducted. For now, let's just try to get back on track and keep going.
Launching through the time portal, of course. No, you can't. You can't send time portals here. Mind. Never mind. Holy shit, that's so sick.
Well done. Since the catwalk to the next chamber appears to be non-existent, you can rely on the power of aerial faith plates to
What
get
was
you there.
this room? Such a sick room, dude. Oh my god.
This next chamber should really test your observation skills. Take a good look around first, and then decide what to do, and in which order.
Interesting. What's up there? It's gotta be way later. What the fuck? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. That sign. What's the sign supposed to mean? What do you mean? What do you mean point the laser here? Did that. Did that earlier? Didn't do shit. Didn't do shit for me. Let's see if the future has anything useful for me. Sure.
precisely how it does not. Motionless. Has no emotion. Has no emotion, no heart, no soul. Heart, no soul. Laser! 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 Ah! I fucking... So... it's bullshit. What do you mean? 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 Laser goes here. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? How could pointing the laser there possibly be useful? What could be good about that? What could be good about that? Huh? Shit. Son of bitch. Son of bitch. Oh, no, fuck it. This requires too much portal. Son of bitch. Completed. It hit 2? What the fuck? What am I missing here? I need to hit 2 fucking... How the fuck? But then I can't go in there. So what the fuck is that gonna do? What could that possibly do? I can't go there. What the hell? Able to launch up there. Which was tricky, by the way. Wait. Wait a damn minute. Okay, so that is way easier than I thought. There we go. Alright, that's something. Ho ho! Baby! Alright. Funny thing about it. Son of a bitch. Age 22, 32. It really do look like. Let's do this. Where's the fucking? It's fucked. It's fact. Yeah. So, what the fuck? How are you supposed to? Future? It's in the future. Son of a bitch. Oh! Wait. Yes! Holy shit. Fucking cool game. Two. Ah. Not centered enough, are you? Not centered enough. Bitch. Oh.
Outstanding. You are the first test subject to ever make it to this point. In fact, you are the first test subject to ever survive a trip to the future at all.
I can't believe it. This is sick. This is so sick.
These light bridges are great for traversing over deadly ground. As with the lasers, you will often only have one of these at your disposal, so use them wisely.
Son of a bitch. dog. I'm getting dogged here. What the dog doing? Alright. Alright. That has to be there. Blight Bridge comes from. I can't get this portal here. Portal here. Fallen dot. I didn't need a way to get back there. Wait a minute. Maybe you can jump out. Maybe you jump out. Oh, what does that do? Son of a bitch. Cooking. Fascinating. So, fascinating. Okay, what the fuck do I do? 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 Do. What the fuck do I do? What the fuck do I do? Come on! Okay. Son of a bitch. Can't shoot portals through portals. That's a thing. I didn't even fucking think about how time. Oh my god. What did I fucking forget? Oh, I need to fucking get the fucking... Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. Fuck me. Fuck me. Okay. Go. That's definitely not it. Up there. Two bullets. That is something. Fuck! God damn it. Just missed the jump. Alright, I think I've got it, or nearly got it. Oh, it spawned me here. No. Goes over there. Fuck! That jumped so hard. Fuck. I'm so stupid. Wait, no. Yes. To the past! We're going to the past. gosh. Okay. Now that I have this here and this here. Son of a bitch. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Just need. This cube. Ah! This cube.
Good thinking. With all this talk about time travel, do you ever question the meaning of it all? Do your actions have any consequences? Or are we all just following the deterministic path of the universe? Here's a fun experiment. Listen carefully. The next thing you will do is jump in 3, 2, 1. It appears that the universe is strictly deterministic, and everything you do is already predetermined.
Dead. Something different about the future, is it? Platform heights are different. It's broken. Ah, simply catch it. Simply catch it. Wait, here? Hit the button. Oh, I'm too high. If I had a way to get up there. Thinking about this all wrong. I need to. I'll think about it so wrong. Both anyway. Right. Now. Oh, a cube on there. Yes. Yes. Son of a bitch. Stupid. That means. Oh wait. No, that's crazy. Why would that help? Oh, I'm an idiot. Damn, so close. So fucking close. So fucking close. Okay, so okay, what if this one's up here? The intention is to have it. Oh, it's like in a pit. Just gonna fall off. I'm thinking about it. Alright, let's just see what happens.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. I hear you.
Nice. Loud and clear. Yeah, I'm just on my work laptop because I'm doing something on that.
Nice.
What the fuck is up though?
Not too much. So I last weekend played Portal 2 and Portal, what was it called? Revolution. It's like a recent Portal game. It came out like I think 2024 even, just like recently.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, but it's like a fan-made one.
Oh, nice.
And it was like, it was fine. It was like not, like I wouldn't recommend it. But then I played this, I'm now playing this other one that I had like heard about and downloaded but like never played, and it is awesome. It's got like basically the added element in this one is that there's a third portal that you can fire, and what it does is it's like a portal to like 20 years in the future. And so you have like this mirrored version of the same like room that you're in, but it's all like broken down and shit, and it'll just be like you have to solve the puzzles by like doing stuff between like the present and the future version of the room, and it's really cool. And like doing stuff in the present impacts the future. It's like, it's really fun. Some of the puzzles are like actually just so sick to solve.
Whoa.
Yeah. But I would not recommend playing it if you haven't played Portal 2, because it kind of assumes that you already have done that and know how to solve some of these regular puzzles.
So how'd your one-on-one with Alice go? I want to hear about this.
Yeah, so let me see if I can remember. So it was kind of like It was like, okay, so yeah, so grad feedback and stuff, and it's like, okay, none of this is new, but like, you know, we didn't really get the things done that we were going for between like projects.list and fucking Wipeout and yeah. So, but then even and so yeah, that and the projects.list thing was the thing that like Hamza, you know, was watching a lot, and it was like I just wasn't, you know, doing well with that. Like I wasn't updating the bug enough, and
I mean, we keep talking about Hamza. I'm like, I don't even know who that is.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely recognize the like his profile picture and stuff, because he's like comments on some of the bugs and stuff like that. But yeah. So, but even beyond that, it's like I don't really own anything. And one of the things that I thought of after we had talked is, you know, she said that, like, I had said in the past that, like, I don't really want to own Wipeout, but I'm like, I just could. That's one option. That could be a thing that I own, because it really, I'm the only one who knows about it really right now. But the thing is, it's not done. It is done. Maybe that could be good. But outside of that, yeah, maybe finding a new project to work on or do would be good. But yeah, it was like...
And she was talking about me being the owner of resource charts.
Whoa. Yeah, you like need to own something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a big part of it is just like, yeah, how long I've been on the team, and that I don't own something, and that I haven't been promoted.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's like, okay, so people are kind of like, what's the path for this person? You know, it's like being asked quite a bit.
And the funny thing is, like, same. Like, it's all the same stuff with me. It's just, for you, it's like you've been on the team for like twice as long as me, but it's still like, actually not quite twice as long.
Yeah.
But, no, yeah.
Yeah, I joined April 2018. But yeah, so... Yes.
Where's your head at?
So, yeah, so what I'm thinking is, yeah, I want to at least try to own something with the idea that, like, okay, so we'll see if, you know, I'll try doing this, and I'm going to try to do my best at that, and then probably, you know, end of March, just be like, they're near March, just be kind of like, all right, this isn't really working out all that well. Maybe we should go the Severance route. That's what I'm thinking. April 8th. So the thing is, Severance might be a function, like how much you get might be a function of how many years you're at the company. April 8th is my 6-year mark. So I'm thinking maybe like trying to hit that.
Yeah.
And that's like a Thursday or something. So like if that Friday is like my last day.
Yeah, I mean, it was like... Do you remember what the email was when the layoffs happened? I don't know if the severance would be the same, but...
I didn't even see it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like recent layoffs?
No, like January of last year layoffs.
Oh, yeah. I just don't really remember. But, you know, this is severance. This is like with cause, kind of. So it's like...
Yeah.
You know, I actually didn't even know there was severance for this.
Yeah, it's kind of huge, actually.
Yeah, so... Yeah. It's just...
Yeah, I'm like, the thing is, so... If we can fake it until the beginning of April...
Yeah.
Dude, I'm like, because, I mean, it depends so much on, like, the type of work that we get, I feel like. Like, for me, it's like, Alice is now like, you really kind of pulled it together.
Right.
I'm like, dude, I was just given work that was easy that results in lots of lines of code.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so she's very like, I'm trying to make the case for no pip.
Yeah.
And trying to get it so that we are starting to talk about you being an L4.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, sweet.
That's amazing.
I've been able to fake it.
Yep,
and
that's huge.
And I'm like, I don't know if I can fake it for 3 more months. But if we could, if like basically if you and I were both in this state where they're like, oh, y'all are on the up.
Yeah.
Y'all are on the up. If that was the case,
yeah.
Then I think we could pull Family Emergency.
I feel like I don't want to pull Family Emergency, at least for me. I'm like, I think I can get by with. For one, I still want to do it, but also, I feel like I'm sufficient with. All right, I tried to pull things together. It's not working out that well, so maybe this isn't team for me. Maybe I should take some time off working. You know, and then. So basically going for Severance. Like, I don't know how big the difference between Family Emergency and Severance would be. Oh, I guess you'd be thinking if you could get both. Yeah. You got like really quiet. It's all good. Yeah, like I can't hear you like at all, basically.
Sorry, I didn't realize it was using my laptop.
Oh yeah.
Not my AirPods. My AirPods. Let me switch it real quick. AirPods. Microphone. AirPods. Does that sound okay?
It's fine enough.
All right. Yeah. I feel like. I'm like. I feel like it could just be like a both.
That'd be crazy.
Really milk it.
Oh man.
Not that I know the. But so basically, I think it would require us both being basically like where I'm at, like on the come up, where it's like y'all's impression is that we are good.
Yeah.
And that we are like on the come up. And now, oh shit, we have to buy flights to Switzerland. They're one-way flights. We don't actually do that. We're just saying shit.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, but yeah. I think even getting to the come up thing though for me is gonna be tough. I think. Like I'm gonna try, but it's like, yeah, because I need to have a lot more velocity, which usually is hard to do without the kind of code that is more, straightforward and easier.
Yeah.
I mean, kinda like, dude, when I owned Commander, or I didn't own Commander, but like I guess I was more executing though. But I was executing a lot of it. And it wasn't just that I was just executing. It was like, yeah, you had planned a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I guess you had. Well, that sucks. Anyway. Yeah, it's tough. Cause the thing is, I need to own something. Maybe it's possible to. That's what I'm gonna suggest next week. Is like if I get Wipeout done, own Wipeout. And then. And then get something that I can just execute on. Then maybe I can have velocity and ownership of something. That's what I'm asking. That's what I think. That's I think would be good. I like that. Cause yeah, the other thing is it's like
you know, she was saying that a lot of the stuff that I've expressed like a lot. Oh, so you know how I think you said something like that you're working on something that's like way worse, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was saying that like, you know, that like a big part of that is like, so like now, for instance, he just like takes the things he wants to do. He just basically just says like, I'm going to work on this thing, and that's just what I'm going to work on, you know? And so, and she was pointing that out as like it's not a thing that I've done. She said, I've been very open to work on whatever, even if it's something I don't want to work on or doesn't excite me. I mean, nothing's
Yeah.
going to excite me. But, you know, there are things that are more and less going to be productive with. So, yeah. So there's like that's like a whole thing that I never really got good at, is like understanding what is going to amount to like work that is, you know, good, and like executing on that. Yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Ah, alright, I've got it.
You are a very smart test subject. If the universe really was if you feel that you have been receiving too many compliments, feel free to ignore the previous statements. Good news. We found a way to make these turrets more durable. They should now also work in the future. Most of them, anyway. Should you find a defective turret in the future, feel free to mark this as a flaw in your test report.
Went to grocery outlet today.
Yeah.
Grocery outlet today.
Yeah. It's great. Ben. Ben.
You're doing the Pimsleur Spanish lessons, and I was like, how much do you pause it? Like, and she's like, oh, never. Like, I don't, like, I just can respond in time. And I'm like, damn, people are just better at me than this. And I'm like, wait, everyone studied it for like multiple years.
Uh-huh.
I've done like, I'm 1 week in.
Yeah.
I'm like, I couldn't tell if it was, like, I can't tell if it was demotivating or motivating.
Yeah.
Like, motivating in that I'm like, okay, sweet. I think I will just get good enough so that I'm much faster.
Yeah.
Sweet. Or if it's like, damn, people studied for years and they got it. I'm gonna have to study this for years. But I don't think that's the case. I think I'll be able to get this shit.
Yeah. times where I'm like, how am I supposed to even get in the fucking egg? Ever gonna work out?
Dude, grocery outlets like it's like you see one next to Costco. Maybe it wasn't a grocery outlet. I forgot what it was called, but it's like it's where like groceries go to die or whatever. Or it'll just be like stuff that didn't, that just didn't get sold.
Is it like expired?
And so you'll just have a bunch of like, it's not quite expired. It's just like the store, like Safeway or whatever, decided to stop
Oh, I see. Yeah.
taking the shelf space for it or something.
Yeah. Interesting. Is it very like
And maybe it's close to expiration, or maybe it's like, yeah, they just like we're not gonna do the shelf space for this, and we're getting rid of it. So it's like a very inconsistent supply. Yeah, like when you go, it's like you don't know what you're getting.
Yeah.
But there's always something that's like, I'm gonna try this, and it's really cheap. I just it's like a for fun thing. But also, there'll be times where you're like, whoa, there's a ton of Impossible Burgers here, and it's like they're $1 each, and you're just like, usually they're like $3 or $4 each. Yeah. So you just like buy a ton and freeze them. Okay, fine. Like, I've been eating tons of chicken nuggets because they're like $2 a box. I'm just like, well, usually they're like $5 a box. So I'm eating a bunch of chicken nuggets now. Actually, kind of crazy how much vegan stuff they have now. I'm trying this weird like broccoli cheese vegan dish thing. I just am eating it right now, and I'm like, you know what? I'm taking this and putting it in a tortilla, and I anticipate it's really good. There it is. Dude, yesterday I worked out like maybe more than I've ever worked out in one day.
Damn, that's crazy. What'd you do?
Want to hear what I did yesterday? So at lunch, I did high intensity interval training. It was hell. At home, pre-Spanish, I would have been like, that was my exercise today. Post-Spanish, I'm like, well, I gotta do my Rosetta Stone. Hour on my climber at home. And I was like, wait, actually, I'm supposed to like lift today too. Me and Ray went to the Google gym in SLU.
Yeah.
Like at like 8:30 p.m.
Yeah.
I lifted. We treadmilled. Then we went to the bridge, jumped off.
Whoa.
Polar plunge. Old as fuck. It was sick.
Yeah. God damn it. Stuck. Fuck do I do? Most of it. I'm missing. I don't see how it's possible ever. Son of a bitch. It's so sick. So Todd, in this game, it's like if in the present you set a portal or set a cube somewhere, in the future that portal or that cube will be in the same place. But in the future you can like move things. But then if you like, and you can take a cube from the future to the present. But then if you do that, if you like move the present cube, the future cube will like disappear and reappear where you moved the past one because you've like impacted the past cube. And I think the idea is that like wherever you leave things in the present, they'll just be there for 20 years. And then the textures on everything that's in the future is all like more decayed and stuff, so it's really easy to tell them apart. And in 2023, they added like a co-op mode to this game, like co-op missions. So,
Oh, that's kind of sick, actually.
yeah. But probably like Portal 2, it's like a totally separate like campaign.
Yeah, yeah.
Portal Guns is totally separate. However, I have come across the impossible puzzle. See how you're ever supposed to get up there.
I'm just like, the Pimsleur reading lessons have like a PDF, and it's really annoying to use the PDF, so I'm like taking screenshots of the pages of the PDF.
Yeah.
Because I can do like multiple pages. It's like, it'll be like, here's it in Spanish, and on the second page, like, here's it in English.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, but if I'm like scrolling between them, it's really annoying.
Yeah, side by side is like what's intended, probably. Supposed to do with this. Awesome games done quick. Last days today. I watched the Mario Kart 64 speedrun today. And I'd actually already watched a summoning salt video about Mario Kart 64. It was a good video, but it's long. Doing all the straight sections of Portal also, you get, it's like the source engine, so you can like bunny hop around, and like you can feel yourself going at the speed, I think, and like I just do that a lot. It makes the game just really entertaining, just all the time, even when I'm like, I have no idea what to fucking do right now.
Yeah, just like jumping around, bee hopping is fun.
Yeah.
You have a roll wheel jump or?
No, but you don't need it for this. It's really game's pretty like it's not you know, it's not like a competitive game, so it's like the way your momentum slows when you like jump and slide is by like friction or whatever. So as long as you're like pretty close, you gain your momentum. Likewise, if you get like launched with like some sort of something that launches you, or with momentum or whatever, if you like jump at the end of it, you'll just like maintain that momentum a ton. That wouldn't fucking goddamn get in there. It's supposed to do it. There are times where I get stuck on something for like and it's often like, oh, that was really fucking something I've kind of wondered is I'm like, why can't you just like you know the way you hold cubes in Portal or in a lot of games? Like why can't you just look down and repeatedly jump off it? And it looks like it makes you kind of like not tangible to the object when you like you'll fall through the cube kind of. But there's a game called, I forget what, but the way you speedrun it is by doing basically exactly that. It's like look down and jump off your objects. It's unintended, but
slow down.
How the fuck am I supposed to get up there? So like I solved like a bunch, you know, all of the puzzle except for just getting to the door. The door is like 8 feet in the air. I just can't find a way to get in there. Fucking portable walls or anything. There's no way to get momentum. There's like ever supposed to get up there.
Wait, F.
Just don't get it. I just don't understand.
Yo, I got my blood lactate meter.
Yeah. The end state needs to be. I know. Big. god, I've done it. Oh, that was so hard.
What you done? You did the thing?
Yeah, this puzzle. Oh my god, that was insane. Smart. Holy shit. I can't. Ah, man. That is a very difficult fucking puzzle. It's crazy because it's like, it's such a small room. It feels like there aren't that many options. That took so long. Had others take longer that were way simpler. It's like or like, it's never like you miss something like, oh, I didn't notice this thing. It's always like, oh, I just didn't think to do that. And that's like such an obvious thing to do.
Nicely done. And don't worry, you won't encounter any turrets between the test chambers. Except for these ones. At this point, you might rightfully be asking yourself why we put you through all this. This testing track was built as a failsafe. My job is to ensure that testing can continue, no matter the circumstance. You see, this facility is largely controlled by one entity. For some reason, this entity seems completely unresponsive.
20
years from now. That's why the future looks the way it does. We have lost all control, and we need to find a way to restore it.
Oh, I've been so slow today. I'm like, I miss this fucking go hit the climber so that I wake up.
Or not. You
I
don't
was
have to. You don't
no,
have to.
I was.
You don't.
I was like, I don't want to go over it. But yes, he's actually.
EQ, you have to explain it a certain way. Why do you like this game so much?
Yes, able to get the Q as well as the ultimate timing, so he doesn't get pushed back there. Nice first blood.
Today, Jack's gone live every day this year. He hasn't missed a day. Crazy.
Whoa.
Streak. It's crazy, the Portal 2 campaign, and I'm like, I don't remember the answer to puzzles from, I only played the game once in 2016. But, I remember it being so much harder for me the first time still. When I played it last weekend, it's I just, I felt like I was just chugging through it.
fight that will come afterwards. With Mask and Tactical this time around, both having their flashes and not having to
Record and say this game is very difficult.
They don't want to dive headlong in. Oh,
he's on the castle. He's caught out. He has no flash. Rich with the Baron. Castle's only choice is to go. He's got nowhere else to run. Great pickup by Dignitas.
All right, they're going to restart Baron then. That's a really big pick. No Jax down for a good 40-plus seconds here. They're already heading back over to the Baron. Immortals make a beeline towards mid lane. The idea to push out the minion wave here and try and set themselves up with a way to enter towards Baron and contest. Try and go for the 4v5.
No Armeo ultimate available. It's up to Ole with a Magnus Storm, or if Mask makes a hero play with the Emperor's Divide, they turn right onto Armeo. Isles looks for Mask. He's able to distance himself away. Armeo is frontlining and absorbing as much damage as he can. Rich almost critical onto Armeo. Ole taking a lot of damage from Dove. These rockets are pelting and putting in a number onto Immortals' frontline, but they stop the Baron and Dignitas don't get anything out of it.
Defense for Immortals is the name of the game. They make another strong defensive stand here. 4v5. They delay, and even with the guaranteed engage of the Vi, they're still able to back out and kite long enough. Stop the Baron without any extra casualties.
It's good for Immortals. I mean, they're just continuing to buy themselves more time. And it's not like they don't have scaling beneficial on their side. Mask is slowly acquiring more items. He is 3 items on this Azir. He's matching almost Dove, not quite at item parity. But this Azir will hurt as long as Armeo and Castle can stand in front of the squad.
All right, probably should be the same game plan here for Dignitas, though. Stack up, take over vision control here through the red quadrant, start trying to poke them down. Dove, level 16 on the Corki, has his fully operational rockets. The big ones coming through and leaving a mark for sure. Isles here trying to creep his way up as he waits for the rest of the team to fully pressure them out of the jungle. They don't quite find the ward through Krugs, but it's not the most meaningful of wards here leading up to him.
Dignitas can try to stall this out. They don't necessarily have to go for the Baron. The Dragon is spawning in the next minute and a half at some point that they feel like they can just drop control over as Armeo finds an engage on the Isles. He pops the quickness, powers up the front line. Armeo's taking a lot of damage. XU finds the target onto Mask. Beautiful for one as Immortals trade out Mass for Isles.
Yeah, definitely beneficial here for Dignitas, taking down that Azir. Trading out their support instead. Exu barely survived, by the way. The last little remnants of damage from the Ignite, not enough to take him down. And they're going to opt for a reset to set up for Dragon Soul opportunity again. Can Immortals pull off another defensive stand? Can they deny another Dragon Soul here?
And at some point, I wonder if Dignitas need to start setting up objective control a little bit earlier so that both Tomo and Dove can get this poke down and really force Immortals off to make sure that their engage is not as advantageous as it could be. Immortals still have control of this Baron side as they need to get into the pit to take out this last control ward. But Dragon is spawning in 7 seconds, and Immortals are nowhere near. Looks like they could just solo down this Dragon. Immortals have to make a choice. Either try to make a call for the Baron or look for this mid-turret, because this Dragon is just going to get soloed out.
He died.
Yeah, I think the Dragon is probably gone here. You'd have to work
Yo.
through this poke wall, and it is going to be the
What up?
of the Dragon.
So like ADHD. Do you think it's like I would expect that if you were to, you know, have say one doctor diagnose or not diagnose, test insofar as they can everybody for ADHD, I would suspect that way more Zoomers than, say, Boomers would test positive. Do you think that that's the case?
Yeah, if I was like, there was like a way, like, all right, we have the answer as to whether or not this is true, I'd probably put my money on the Boomers being less ADHD.
Is the condition then one of like environment? Like, you know, does basically like ADHD as a condition, is it not one that like could one say that social media and stuff, TikTok, gives you ADHD? Is that an accurate like thing to say? Essentially.
I don't know if people would say gives you ADHD, but like it's kind of like I might not be genetic. Let's say I'm genetically predisposed to have diabetes, right? If I had the standard American diet,
yeah,
I might end up getting type 2 diabetes, right? If somebody else had this exact diet, they might not end up getting type 2 diabetes. I don't think that necessarily means that the standard American diet gave me diabetes. It's like a combo of doing this thing and I was predisposed to it.
Yeah. But like, let's say you have like diabetes is one that I think a lot of people would say that their diet gave them diabetes in a lot of instances. Whereas I feel like it would be very uncommon.
My diet gave me diabetes.
Like that guy ate nothing but these things for this long and got diabetes from that. Like I feel like that is a thing that people would say compared to that person watched enough TikTok and got ADHD from it. I feel like is not a thing that people would tend to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's like yeah, I mean, I guess they're similar in ways. Where it's like, well, you shouldn't just be eating Pop-Tarts or drinking tons of soda. But there's a whole industry built on trying to get you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And people say this person got diabetes. But I think it's like a yeah, so it's like people view diabetes as something that like you don't have, and then
Yeah.
through conditions or through nurture you get it.
Yeah.
And people, I think, don't really view ADHD that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then, then comes the question. Then, like, do they not view it that way? Is that a wrong view?
It might be. Like I think like it's possible that type 2 diabetes is a thing that really nobody would have if they just ate healthily. I don't know if the same could be said about ADHD.
I think,
and I don't know if that's true about diabetes. But
yeah. I don't know if it is true about diabetes, but also, so to me, so here's another angle potentially, is maybe ADHD is much more about, less about conditioning. Like, maybe a lot of these people who are getting, so to speak, ADHD aren't. Like, it's just a different condition to be Zoomer brained on TikTok or TikTok brained than to have ADHD. Maybe those are just different things. And you don't get ADHD from that. ADHD is like, I'm not saying this is right. I have no idea, but maybe ADHD is the initial like predisposition.
Maybe ADHD is type 1 diabetes and
TikTok
brain is type 2 diabetes.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But regardless, you have a ton of people think they have ADHD.
I mean, then there's also like people. You say you regardless have a bunch of people thinking they have ADHD.
Yeah, and yeah.
Well, that's also like a messaging thing. That's like not just because of how TikTok is built, but also because like TikTok is like, all right, did you lose your keys today? You have ADHD. Like it's because of the content, and I think that's the result of a lot of other like social things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Like I think if what we're talking about is a bunch of people getting diagnosed with ADHD or like seeking out help for ADHD, that I think has ramped up a lot in the past few years, I would guess.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's because of TikTok and the way that it's like, oh, this thing is giving them ADHD. I think that's because of a messaging thing where like, oh, this is making people seek out
Yeah.
to help with ADHD more.
Yeah.
Like if
Yeah.
there was a billboard that said like get tested for
Yeah.
COVID,
Mhm.
people saw the billboard, got tested, more people test positive. I wouldn't say the billboard is giving them COVID.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. Yeah. Like, so like Lex basically a good amount of her identity is having ADHD. And
Yeah.
it's used as a justification, or not a justification, but a there's a causal relationship between anything she does and having ADHD in a way that like feels so it just can't be right. Give me 1 second, I gotta let the dog out. Yeah, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, is it?
Dude, look at the when was this? When was this? Okay, March 2023. So this is almost a year old, but
Yeah.
this is a crazy crazy chart here.
Chart.
The line graph here is like kind of like whoa. I mean, I don't know what this website is, epicresearch.org, but
Epic research.
figure 3. I don't like there's a huge. We are
Yeah.
on a huge incline since like mid 2020.
Interesting.
The slope is crazy.
6 to 11-year-olds, especially. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
6 to 11-year-olds. Yeah, which they're not even on TikTok probably, but they are iPad kids.
Dude, there's. I mean, it's like. I'm like. Oh, I guess. I mean, I guess 2%. Okay, that's not that high of a number. I'm like, if you're talking about like a 6-year-old, I'm like, isn't just the variance of like how, I don't know, focused they're gonna be? Like, they're a 6-year-old. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm like, how much of this is like their parents?
Yeah.
Like seeing messaging about ADHD,
Mhm.
and their 6 or 7-year-old being a normal 6 or 7-year-old, and then them being like, well, we got to get them tested, and you know, like,
Yeah.
probably more kids are being evaluated now for it because there's more messaging and knowledge about. Like ADHD is more in the ether now than it was 5 years ago.
Yeah. But I mean, even in the fucking 2000s, it was being talked about a lot, wasn't it? And a lot of people were being.
I think ADD was, but yeah.
Are they different? I thought ADD was like just usurped. And like it's just like not a thing that's diagnosed anymore, and it's just all under
Oh wait.
ADHD now.
Oh, they are just the same thing, I guess.
I mean, it's
it's weird because it says the DSM-5 is published here in 2013.
Hmm. I was trying to look into like, I'm like, is ADD a thing that's different from ADHD? And like,
No, I just googled it and it literally just says yes, they're the same thing.
okay. I mean, I feel like I was getting really inconsistent answers. Some people were like, oh, well, ADD is like this, and then ADHD is like this, but ADD isn't diagnosed anymore ever, or shouldn't be. And then some are like, well, it is. It's just different. I'm like, it's inconsistent. But my understanding is like,
There's like ADHD hyperactive and hypertensive.
yeah, and there's I think a bit more detail with ADHD, at least how they're categorizing things. But regardless, it's like I feel like this has been like a epidemic, so to speak, for since the 2000s, and a lot of people have criticized that it's just like very easy to get a child diagnosed as having ADHD or ADD at the time, because It's it's like, is this really a? I don't know. I think there's so much about like telling, like, you know, like I see Lex and the way she describes a bunch of stuff, and it's just like, it's just so like, I don't know, like lacking autonomy. It's just so like, I just got to do things this way because I have ADD or ADHD, or like I just like couldn't have done that well because of it having ADHD. It's extra hard for me because of this, and it's like, I feel like so much. I don't know. It's just not how I. Like, I just don't believe that the experience is that different. So much so that it, like, I think the mentality is a big part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of people be like, "Oh, maybe you have ADHD," and my response is pretty much always, "Yeah, I don't know. I didn't have healthcare growing up, so I never had any sort of diagnosis, but I love how my brain works." So, yeah, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm extremely happy and love how my brain works, so it's like I'm chilling.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
And I'm like, I like, you know, one of my kids' moms was like, "Yo, ADHD." Like,
yeah.
we don't have this in my family, and I'm like, well, I guess our mom, I don't know if it was self-diagnosis, I don't know, but
Probably.
I guess it's like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I had it. I just don't care.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because everything's great for me.
Right. Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I know, yeah. It's like, a lot of people, it's like, I don't know, they just make it this huge thing that's like this whole massive thing in their life, and it's like, that be the case if, you know, if there wasn't a diagnosis for this, obviously it wouldn't be this massive part of their identity. But I'm like, and I think they'd probably be better off. Like, I don't think the. Like, I feel like a lot of the time it's not okay, and then I do these things to fix it. It's like, oh, okay, I can't do these things, or I have to do like these, you know. It's
I mean,
like,
it's definitely like, I definitely know people who are like, yeah, I like started taking this medication in my life. It's like so much better now.
Yeah.
Like it's night and day. Vibe.
Yes.
I'm like, damn, that's great.
Yeah, but I've also, you know, I've seen, like, with what is it? Fucking Sammy's friends Constance and her husband Paul. If they're just like it's like the way she talked about Adderall was like, I mean, that's just how I just expect Adderall to be for everybody. It's like, yeah, you can get a lot more done. Wait, gotta let the dog in now. Damn. Dog. To me, it implies like I don't know, like, oh, it's just so much easier for you because you don't have ADHD. But like when I take Adderall, now I understand what it's like to be a normal person, be able to be really productive and stuff. And it's like, well, no. Like Adderall is, you know, it's like,
there's not like, yeah, you're gonna get a lot more shit done. It's gonna be a lot easier, but like, you can also just be a more productive person. And like, you being on Adderall is probably just going to be a lot more stimulated and whatever than somebody who's just, I don't know, become more productive through discipline. I don't know if like, yeah, I don't know. It's cold.
Keep going.
Brr. God damn it.
Hmm. I need to freaking pick the version of the climber. I need to do the climber. The claim.
Claim. Dude, it's crazy. Shroud's just been playing Tarkov non-stop for like fucking weeks. Just plays Tarkov. It's nuts. And I mean, he's been playing Tarkov for a really fucking long time. Since it came out, I think. Oh, I don't know if I told you, but I got NordVPN.
Oh. For what?
Just cause I'm like, I feel like I should have a VPN for like if I ever torrent things or whatever.
Yeah.
It's good to have, I think.
You know, with Nord.
Yeah, so I was looking into a bunch of them, and I ultimately went with Nord. I don't exactly remember why, but it was between Nord and there's this other one that like Reddit likes a lot. But the other one, like they cost a very similar amount, and the other one had a limit to like how many devices you could have on it. And the limit was pretty high, but I don't know, even just the fact that it's like not unlimited is like, I don't know if there's more like, I don't know if it's just more of a pain. I don't know. I was like,
I thought NordVPN was limited to 6. I thought.
So when I looked it up, it said that it wasn't. Many devices. It does say 6. God, when I looked before, it didn't. Oh well. I swear I looked this up. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. I don't know.
I have NordVPN already. I honestly probably should have just put you on mine.
Yeah, I was thinking recently of possibly playing, I don't know about when, but at some point maybe playing Baldur's Gate, just because everyone seems to be. And I'm like, weren't that?
You're like, what?
I'm like, I could torrent that.
Oh, but isn't it? Don't you play it with people or no?
So, you can. So, I don't know if I mentioned this to you or not, but so basically, me, Teddy, Cameron, and Abigail are playing Divinity Original Sin 2. We had our first session last Saturday, and we played for like a ton of hours, like more than 8, I think. And I think, I think 4 is the max number of players. I think it's too many. I think the game is just so, like, you are just waiting so much with that many players. Because a lot of the stuff is kind of turn-based and kind of strategic. And, like, it's not easy by any means. You'll just die. You'll just get wiped a decent amount. And if you were controlling every character, that's something I had to like think about. I'm like, if I were controlling every character here, this would be a lot more engaging, I think, because you know, you'd be playing all the time, but you're playing a quarter of the time, and it is rough. So I'm like, I think 1 or maybe like 2 players would be kind of ideal. And I even mentioned this. I talked to actually Alice about it when I was at work. And she's playing Baldur's Gate, and she said she's like, yeah, 2's probably good, but even with 2, she feels like she's waiting around a lot. It's not like Diablo, where it's like, Diablo's more action-y. More dungeon crawler-y. This game, it's more like the combat will be. The gameplay is really cool. Like, I like the idea. It's like you do move around freely and independently. It's only when you're in combat that you're, you know, in a turn-based thing.
It's interesting because you're completely independent of where you can go. So somebody can get into combat and then be like, "Oh, can you all come help me?" And then you all come in, and just when you get within range, then you are in the turn-based like combat mode. But it's not like Pokemon or anything where there's like a screen change between combat and non-combat. It's just like you can no longer move as freely because you're in combat now. It's kind of funny. Baldur's Gate 3. Made 0 progress on this fucking room in Portal. This next room, it's just like, I literally just have no idea how to even begin. Again, once again, it doesn't feel like there are very many options. It's like... I see no way to proceed. Take a break. I've just been playing this too long. Back to it. Yeah, I'll probably... At another time.
Might do